Hello all, welcome to Clark Technologies, and we are very happy to announce that we are going to provide a free course for MuleSoft for all the freshers and beginners and who want to learn MuleSoft from scratch. This is entirely free course which we are going to release on day by day basis. So it will be a 30 days course. So it is very helpful for you to learn MuleSoft from scratch. And we have explained this course with the real-time project. We have built a real-time project also. In order to explain that, we have created a couple of files and project code as well. So if you want to get those files and projects, please email us with this subject line, request to share level 1 course file. Also, we have an important announcement that we are planning to release a MuleSoft advanced level 2 course very soon. So in this course, we will be discussing most of the topics of MuleSoft, which will help you very well in order to complete level 2 certification as well as to work on complex real-time projects as well. So I hope you will be enjoying that course as well. So if you want to know more details about advanced level course, please contact us via mobile or email. We will be sharing those details. So without further delay, let's get started. Hello all, welcome to Clark Technologies, another video of our 45 days course. I hope you have already watched our previous videos and till now you know everything which we have done so far into creating or designing everything. Right, so if you missed any video, please go and watch all the videos and practice it very well, because now today it is a very important topic of any MuleSoft developer or any other technology, which is nothing but CI/CD. So continuous integration and continuous development or deployment or continuous delivery. Okay, so what is CI/CD? We have already covered in one video. Maybe I can just share that video. Okay, so to set up this CI/CD pipelines in Azure DevOps, because we are using coding repository as Azure DevOps, so we can set up this CI/CD pipeline in Azure DevOps itself. Okay, so once you done with the CI/CD setup in Azure DevOps, what will happen whenever if you commit any code or whenever if you push any code from your local to remote repository, it means like for every change we are going to commit our code to local repository and Azure DevOps, right? So whenever you click, like whenever you run the command like git push origin, push means we are pushing our code to remote repository, right? So whenever you use this command and whenever you click enter, the code from local repository will be going to the remote repository of particular branch, feature branch, dev branch, QA branch, whatever it may be, right? So in our case so far what we have done, if you have do any changes in any API, you commit the code and you push the code to the remote repository of feature branch, right? But in general what will happen for all the dev, QA, prod, master branch, for these three branches we need to set up pipelines. We are not going to set up pipelines for feature branches in real time. Feature branches is our own branch where we are doing our code changes, and then we will push the code to we will pull to the dev branch. Then whenever any code is pushed to the dev branch, then this pipeline will start triggering and we don't need to do any manual deployment once you set up this pipeline. So far what we have done, we have exported our code as a jar file, or we have deployed the application by using any Punch Studio by right clicking it and deploy to Cloud Hub, right? So once you set up this thing, what will happen whenever you push the code from feature branch to dev branch, that part we didn't cover. I'll show you how we can push the code from feature to dev branch. So whenever the code is pushed from feature to dev branch, this pipeline will trigger and it will automatically build that jar file. It will automatically deploy that jar file into your Cloud Hub account. You don't need to do any manual setting here, right? So you don't need to deploy it manually. Whenever you click, whenever the new code is there available in dev branch, automatically this pipeline will trigger in the background and it will deploy the application. Then the all updated changes will be available for you. Okay, so to do that we have to do lot of setup in Azure DevOps, and this is very important for you. If you projected in your resume as a 2 years or 3 years or whatever it may be, usually 2 to 3 years experience guy will not know about this. So as we are focusing on more content, so we will be providing this CI/CD course also, this particular part also in this course itself. So it is very useful for you in terms of interview. If you project yourself, like if you know Azure DevOps CI/CD pipeline, how to set up it from scratch, then it will be a good advantage for you. You will definitely shortlist. Your resume will definitely shortlist, and you will definitely clear the interview, and you will get a good job, because this is that much important topic. And no, most of the people doesn't know how to do this from scratch. Okay, most of the developers, they can utilize the pipelines, but they don't know how to set up this pipeline from scratch. Usually ops team or AMS team will do the setup. As a developer, or the 2 to 3 years experience guy, if you project, like if you know how to set up this Azure DevOps CI/CD, this will be a great benefit for you. So that is why we are providing this topic also in this course. So please pay attention, please focus on what we are doing step by step, please follow, so that you will learn how to set up the CI/CD pipeline. So let's get started. Before we need to before we are going to set up that CI/CD pipeline, we need to do some kind of background stuff, like we need to frame this settings.xml file and a credentials file. We will use these two files later in our CI/CD pipeline while uploading this into libraries. I'll show you how we can use it. But before that, you need to first make sure you need to have these two files handy with your details. I'll show you what details you have to edit. Okay, so here you can leave the settings file as it is. Only one thing you need to change. You have to change here this username. Here you need to give your Cloud Hub username and your Cloud Hub password. Okay, so for now I will be giving my username and password. And I have created new account, as my September account is also expired. So I have created new account with Clat10, this one my username, and I have created 3 environments: dev, prod, stage. All are small letters. Remember the case also. Okay, all are small letters in my case. If you are in your case, if it is a unit cap or something, you can just have that in that way. But here in this settings.xml file, sorry, you have to give only username and password. Other than that, I think you don't need to change any more details. Let's see, if needed, maybe we can edit later, but as of now, don't change anything. Only give your username and password and save it. Next, the second file is credentials.txt file. You can give this name any name, but it's better to give credentials. So I just given like credentials October, but this is my old file. I need to change this username, password, environment, and all. Right. So here, how many environments you have in your what is that, in your anypoint platform? You have to give those many entries here. So in my case, I have 3 environment: dev, prod, stage. So I have to give 3 entries here, but ignore these values as of now. So what you need to do is, I'll just share this structure with you. You can just rename, you can just remove the old values, provide your new values. So default environment is my username and password training@123, and environment, default environment you can give dev in this case, because I have only 3 environments now. So default environment would be dev. Next, 2 environments, 2 JSON structures I have to give. Right, so organization name also I have to mention. This is your organization name, kcaps Clat in my case. So in your case, you have to give your organization name. Okay, so likewise, you have to create these profiles. These are all called Cloud Hub profiles. Okay, everything it is same, but only thing is like your profile name, the environment name. Here you need to change it stage, and here same name you have to give. Okay, and here it is prod, because default environment I have selected it as a dev. So remaining stage prod I have to give like this. Okay, and prod, right? So username, password, environment, and organization also you have to give in all the profiles. Right, the organization's name you can give just in your account. You can just click here, you will see other organization name. It is a kcaps Clat K, right? So let's give the same organization name in all the profiles. Right, so save this file, and I'll tell you what we need to do next. So next you need to capture these values. I'll tell you this one, like the file name where you can capture, I'll tell you later. But remaining thing we can capture here, release pipeline variables text. So here this is your organization name, and your AnyPoint password and username, just like we did for the other one. So here your username. Okay, sorry, it got copied that your organization name here. So here you need to provide organization name and business group ID, Cloud Hub organization ID. This I will tell you. And Cloud Hub application name. Here you need to provide the application name. If it is first time, it will deploy. If it is if the application is already there, it will redeploy with the same name. So you have to give the application name. So in our case, maybe let's implement the CI/CD for this system API. So you can copy this system API name here. You can provide this as an environment name. Okay. So Cloud Hub application, Cloud Hub comma application name. Here don't put full stop. It is comma just for our understanding. Okay. Right. So username, AnyPoint username, which we have already captured here. You can just copy it from here. This is all the background stuff you need to do. I'll tell you while creating the pipeline why we need it. So AnyPoint platform password, right? Runtime version. Currently, this is the old file, so that is why it is showing 4.3.0. But currently we have 4.5.0 also. But for that 5.0 we have some another text added because it is a beta version. So let's take for now. Let's take it's 4.4.0. Okay. So maybe just Cloud Hub. See here 4.5.024 is something is there. You can give same thing maybe, or else you can use old versions. Sorry, it got it. Here it is, old versions are not showing in this. This is a new account. Here it is not showing the old versions. Maybe let's give the same name in that case. Okay, so you need to just copy. Sorry, you need to just copy it. Four dot 5.0. Let's give 4.5.0. Maybe if it will can append that another text. Let's see. So this is the first time for this 4.5.0. Even I need to check it. So let's give 4.5.0 for now, and then maybe let's try to do some changes if it needed. Then business group ID, your Cloud Hub organization ID. This we have already seen earlier, right? So how you can get this means, let me just show you. So you need to go to access management, and here in the business groups, in the clerk, here it is showing business group ID for you, right? So you can just copy this and paste it here. So do we need to provide any other information? Region by default it is US East 1, but in your maybe if in your real-time projects that will change. That you can see here in the runtime manager subscription, I guess, or else let me just give me 1 second. I'll just show you where we can see the region, or else once you deploy your application then also it will show you the region. See, it is default region US East Ohio. So for that by default you can give US East -1, US East -1. So you can leave it as it is. The now only thing we need to change is this file name, from where you will get this jar file name. This we will get once we build the what is that build pipeline. I'll show you. So to implement this CI/CD process, so to complete this setup CI/CD process, we have to do it in two steps. First, we need to create a build pipeline. Then we need to create a release pipeline. So what is the use of build pipeline means? The build pipeline will take the code from the repository once we commit the code. So in our case, maybe let's do the pipeline on this dev branch. So whenever some code is committed in the dev branch, it might be a kind of pull request or direct commit, whatever it may be. So I'll show you, because I till now we didn't discuss the pull request part. We will see this in this video itself. I mean, in this topic itself, maybe this video or next video. But the main thing you need to remember is, like, whenever some new code is committed to this dev branch, the build pipeline should trigger. What that build pipeline will do? That build pipeline will take the updated code from this dev branch, and it will generate the jar file. If you remember, while deploying application manually from the Anypoint Studio, what I have done, I have exported that as a jar file, and in the Cloud Hub, I select like deploy application and select the jar file where I have saved, and then I clicked on deploy, right? So it means you need to generate that jar file. If you want to deploy any application into Cloud Hub, you need that archive file. The jar file is called archive file. So with all your updated code, you need to generate that jar file, and you need to deploy that jar file into the Cloud Hub. So those are the two steps manually we are going to do. So automatically, once you complete this CI pipeline, CI means continuous integration. That is nothing but build pipeline in Azure DevOps. So once you are done with this build pipeline, once that build pipeline is triggered, when it will trigger, whenever some new code is committed to this dev branch, build pipeline will trigger and it will generate the jar file. It will create that jar file. And once the jar file is available in particular location, like in this location, then release pipeline will take the jar file from there and deploy it into Cloud Hub. So that is why we need to create two pipelines. So let's start creating build pipeline. Okay. So to do that, what you need to do, you'll just navigate to this pipelines section and click on pipelines. So as of now, we didn't create any pipeline for this particular repository. You can just click on create pipeline. So once you clicked on it, it will show you a couple of options, but you just click on this use the classic editor. It will show you multiple options, right? So here it will ask you for the source repository, like from where you are going to pull the source code. Okay, in Azure DevOps will support even GitHub as a remote repository, Subversion, Bitbucket, and any other Git version. That is also fine. Even it means like if your code is available in GitHub remote repository other than this Azure repos, you can select this GitHub and you can link that GitHub here with the connection name and all. You can do the authorization and all. Then you can build the Azure pipelines even for GitHub also. But in our case, we are going to manage our Azure in our source code in our Azure repositories itself, Azure DevOps repositories itself, right? So you need to select Azure repos Git, and here it will show you the project name. It means repository name, like this. It is Clat Mule Mastery, and then the repository. Repository means your actual API name, which we have created here in the while creating the repositories, right? So by default, it select this one. It will show you all the APIs which you have created. So we are going to build a pipeline for a system API. So we need to select the system API, and here you can select the branch. As we discussed earlier, we are going to apply this pipeline for dev branch. It means whatever the branch you will select here, if some code commit is happened to that particular branch, then this pipeline will trigger. So you need to select that branch accordingly. So in my case, I would like to select dev branch. Whenever some new code is committed to the dev branch, I want my build pipeline to be triggered, and it should generate that jar file, archive file, and then it will then it will create the jar file. Then once the release pipeline will once we create that, it will pick that jar file and it will deploy. Okay, right? So IBS library manage system API and dev. Okay, let's click on continue. Now here you need to select the Maven template. So you can select this Maven and click apply. Okay, so then once you select that template, it will ask you for the name. Here you can give your project name, maybe So IBS library management SAPI CI pipeline. You can change here or there anything, it will reflect. Right, that you need to do first. Then it will show you the see agent job 1. This is there, right? So this is for get sources we have already selected, and the pipeline name you can change it. These are the different sections you need to do your configuration changes. Right, so once you click on agent job, agent means it is a kind of server. So once your code is available, one particular instance of that server is getting created, and that particular instance will take care of the code, and it will build the code, it will create the archive jar file and all. Okay, so as of now, just remember agent job is the kind of instance. Okay, so you can just click on this agent job. You can give any name, or maybe you can just SAPI, agent job SAPI. Okay, and agent pool inherit from pipeline means if you are going to inherit another pipeline, copy another pipeline, you can select this, but just go here and click on Azure pipelines. Okay, because we are going to use Azure pipelines, we are going to create Azure pipelines for this Azure DevOps repositories. Then here, this is the mandatory field. Whenever you see star, all those are the mandatory fields you need to select without fail. So agent specification. Here, once you do it, it will apply applicable to your particular operating system. Okay. So it depends on your operating system. If you are using Apple laptop or yeah, Apple laptop, you can select a MacBook or something. If you are using, you can select that, because it is depends on your operating system. So I am using Windows operating system. So it because in the background, what it will do, it will create one image. Image is not like like our photos and all. It will create one image kind of background configuration to deploy or to generate the star file. So mine is Windows. For Windows also we have multiple options, 19 2022 and and much things, but you need to select the latest one. If you can select the latest one, if any patches are there, it will apply automatically. So just select Windows latest if you are also using Windows system. Otherwise, select the operating system as per your system, Ubuntu, Mac, or anything. Right. So Windows latest is my version. I have selected it. Okay. So yeah, remaining you can leave it as it is. Maybe so once this agent job will create an instance to run your stuff, to create that jar file, to generate the jar file, it will execute all the below steps one by one. So by default it will create 3 steps, but we don't need these predefined steps. We will add one by one. We will add all the required steps one by one. So what we can do, we can just delete the below 2 tasks. These are all the tasks. So first task is form.xml. We need this, just leave it as it is. So next, remove this 2. Okay, so you can just select it and click on remove. Other 2, just select the checkbox and remove it. I'll tell you how we can add these steps one by one. So first task is our form.xml task. So here you can leave the display name as it is, but goal you can just mention clean package. It means it will build the file and it will clean any dependencies. It will add all the dependencies. Then it will create the jar file. Right. So I think. I think yeah, we no need to add any more options here. And as I have already created one pipeline for another Hello World project, maybe just I'll refer instead of missing something, I can just refer it. Right. So this pipeline, sorry, just 1 second. Let me just refer this. This is the working pipeline. So here the options you need to mention d skip munit test, d attach mule sources. This property also I will give you. You need to add this. I'll explain why this. Okay. So for MuleSoft applications, we have to create the munit test cases also in general. But in our case, as of now, we don't have any munit test cases. So I run this command. I have added this command, skip munit test. So as munit test is not there, just skip the test. validating it. And attach mule sources is the default one. You need to add it for the option. It will add all the dependencies while creating the job file. It will make sure no other dependency is missing. Right, then publish to Azure pipeline. I am just comparing it with the other pipeline which is working fine, which I have created earlier. So yeah, I think next we don't need to do anything. Right, you can leave it as it is. And then you need to add one more step, which is nothing but download secure file. Okay, so here we have created settings.xml file. Now that file you need to add it into the library. I will show you. We'll upload that file in the library, then we need to refer that file here. Apart from that, I think we no need any other configuration in this step 2. And here the reference name you can give security file. We will do this later. We will do this here. This is our system API. Now, to add any task, what you can do, you can just click on this plus icon. So the task we need to add is secure, download secure file. This one, if you can search with secure, it will show you. So once you select that, click on add and click here. Now you need to select that secure file. But as of now, we have not uploaded any secure file here. So let me just give the other name, the reference name, secure file. So I'm giving it init cap. Okay, just leave it as it is as of now. So the part which we need to configure now is the secure file. So to do that, what you can do, you can just go to library. It will maybe let me open this in another window. That will help. Otherwise, it will lost our settings. Okay. So that's why maybe before you start this, you can just upload those files, then come to here. That will make sense at least. So here, so in the library, you need to go to the secure files section and add those two files which you have created. The settings.xml file and credentials October file, we have created it, right? So let me just check where it is available. It is in downloads. We need to just upload those two files here. Sorry, the secure file section here. Okay, so click this secure file, browse for your file. I have this in my downloads. So credentials October. So once you upload this file, you cannot see the content of this file. So make sure you have uploaded the correct one. So add and secure file. Then I'm going to upload this settings.xml file as well. These two files. Okay, right now I'm just navigating to the other window. Here, once you refresh also, it will go. Let me just try. If the changes were, I lost the changes. So the name, till name, it is there. Okay, maybe let's do it again. So we are going to build for a SAP pipeline, and we need to select the dev branch. Let's use the default. And next, coming to this agent job, you can just change this agent job to yes API. You can select Azure pipelines, and the specification, agent specification, you can select as per your operating system, Windows latest. We have already done these things now, so I just move little forward and yeah. So the first step you have to do as it is, you have to leave as it is, and you need to add the while package, you need to give clean package, and you need to copy these two values in the options, DSKPM unit tests. There it is. Yeah, you have to give this. So till here we have already covered. Okay, and then output variables or reference name. Here. Yeah, you can leave it as, and we have just removed the other two steps. And yeah, now we are going to add the download secure file. this step. This time we should show the file name, which because we have already uploaded it. Let me just, yeah, it is showing here now. Now here you need to select your settings.xml file. Then come down and in the output variable section just give secure file. Earlier we have given but it lost, right? So secure file. This is your second step. First step is Maven. Second step is download secure file. And your third step is this publish mule code. It means once the dependencies are getting downloaded, once the username password is downloaded in this secure settings.xml file, then it should generate that jar file, archive file, right? So to do that, we need to add this publish pipeline artifact, this step. And here also we need to do some configuration. So we will do it parallelly by comparing this pipeline. Okay. So here the third step would be just search for publish. So publish pipeline artifacts, click on add and come here. Now you need to change this file path or directory. You can just select this. What is it? It is showing in a readme. Branch. Okay, in the dev branch we don't have any code as of now. So that is why it is showing only readme file. But that's okay. You can just that file is also not available. Let me do one thing. Let me just copy this. Even here it is also not showing. You can just copy this. Instead of this one, you can just give system.default working directory, and the artifact name you can give your own name, and published location you can select Azure pipelines. Let me check if there is any other options I missed. Right, so here artifact name, maybe you can give IBS library mgmt sapi artifact. Okay, so by default publish location is Azure pipeline. You can just leave it as it is, and other options also you don't need to edit anything. Right, so this is our third step. Then you need to add the munit task to skip it, but as of now it is not there, but still we need to add this. Okay, so here you need to select that the alias name you have given security file, right, in the secure file section. So that name you have to give. So you can just copy this goal, and yeah, we have already given this environment also, right? So let's copy it one by one. So let's add munit task. So here munits, it will show you something, or yeah, the task name would be Maven only again. Okay, so you can just select for Maven. That name you can change it for munit. Okay, so build a test deploy. For all these things you can add Maven step and select it. The display name you can save this like munit task. You can just give munit task, and pom.file, it is pom.xml only, and this goal you can just copy it from here. Even in your real-time project also it will be almost all similar, but maybe these file names and the variable names will be differ as per their naming conventions. So options means here is there any other options we have to provide for environment variables or security key like that. So we need to provide secure key also. That maybe we already passed it through this one, right? Secure key through the runtime properties. I think that is not needed now. Let me check. Okay, let's check. Let's do this with environment only. So in our case also we have given env is the dynamic environment name. So -env $env. This env we will send it from the runtime properties. So you can select this option as it is, and you can just copy it in this pipeline particular option section. right? So calm down. Then test run title, you can give any relevant title. So in my case, maybe I can give this IBS SAPI test. That's it. Okay. So calm down. Let me just compare it. So yeah, apart from that, I think we no need anything. Variable list also not needed as of now. We need that variable name in the release pipeline. Okay, so now we are done with this particular pipeline setup, right? So it is showing some kind of warning. Selected utilities demo. It is showing some warning kind of stuff here, so that is why I'm just checking if anything I missed. So I think, yeah, we are done with this build pipeline configuration, but still it is showing some error. Yeah, sorry. So here agent specification it is lost, I think so. Yeah, you can just select the Windows latest. And now the warning has gone and the save queue is enabled. So if you see any warning kind of stuff, just verify all your steps. Okay. Now let's save this pipeline. SAPI build pipeline. Save it. Right. So this is how we can configure the build pipeline. I think this is the 4 steps we need to add as of now. Let's run this dev pipeline, sorry, build pipeline. So it will generate the jar file. It will store that jar file into some system directory where we have given that path. Okay, you can follow these steps as it is. You can also create build pipeline. I'll provide all the information like these options and goals and all. I'll just provide this in kind of maybe in a document. But follow this video and just try to build. Okay, so let me just run this pipeline. Let's see if it is working fine or not. Otherwise maybe we need to change some configurations. So here in the pipelines section it will show you your pipelines, so no runs yet because it is not yet run. And before that what we need to do in the dev, I mean in the dev branch we don't have any code, so how it can compile, how it can create that jar file. In the dev branch we don't have anything, right? So in general in the real-time projects what will happen, to push any code or to upload any code from feature branch to dev branch, what you need to do, you have to pull the create a pull request from this feature branch to dev branch. Okay, so to do that what you can do, you can just go to the pull request and create new pull request. Here you can select the source branch and target branch. So now you need to and now you need to just select the source branch from which branch you are going to send the code. So here let me just repeat in Telugu. ఇది ఫీచర్ బ్రాంచ్లో మన కోడ్ ఉంది, డెవ్ బ్రాంచ్లో లేదు. ఈ పైప్ లైన్ అనేది ఎప్పుడు ట్రిగ్గర్ అవుతుంది, మన డెవ్ బ్రాంచ్లో ఏదైనా కొత్త కోడ్ యాడ్ అయినప్పుడు, లేకపోతే డెవ్ బ్రాంచ్లో ఆల్రెడీ కోడ్ ఉన్నప్పుడు మనం మాన్యువల్గా రన్ చేసినప్పుడు ఆ ఉన్న కోడ్తో ఆ జార్ ఫైల్ అనేది క్రియేట్ చేస్తుంది. బట్ మన కేసులో ఇప్పటి వరకు డెవ్ బ్రాంచ్లో ఏ కోడ్ లేదు. సో మనం ఫీచర్ బ్రాంచ్ నుంచి డెవ్ బ్రాంచ్కి కోడ్ని మూవ్ చేస్తున్నాం. So we are going to pull the code from the feature branch to dev branch. So here you need to select the dev. By default it will show you main, but make sure it is dev. And you can give any title for this. So pull request of all the code maybe initially. And here in real-time projects what will happen, you have to provide the description and you need to select the reviewers also. There will be code reviewers in real-time projects, your team lead or any Foreach team or any MS team, something like that, any operations team. If some team reviewer or any individual also like team lead or any code reviewer specific to code reviewer, you have to select their name. Usually for dev branch, feature to dev branch, we no need any approvals usually. When we are pulling the data, I mean pulling the code from dev branch to QA stage branch or stage to prod branch, in that case we have these approvals. So in that case, you must select any code reviewers, and then you need to send the pull request. Okay, so I just corrected the spelling mistakes. That's it. So in our case, maybe no need it. We don't have any reviewers, so by default it is showing my email ID only. I can just add it, or you can just remove it. Okay. So let's click on create. Here you need to make sure source branch and target branch. See here it is showing no merge conflicts. I will explain later what is merge conflicts and all. But as of now, just remember if any same code is edited in the both source branch and target branch, it will show you some conflict. Like for example, మన కేసులో ప్రాపర్టీ ఫైల్లో డేటాబేస్ యూజర్ నేమ్ ఈ రోజు ఒకటి ఉంది ఫ్యూచర్ బ్రాంచ్లో సేమ్ డేటాబేస్ యూజర్ నేమ్ డెవ్ బ్రాంచ్లో వేరేది మార్చాం మనం తెలియకుండా అనుకోండి సో ఈ యూజర్ నేమ్ తీసుకోవాలా ఆ యూజర్ నేమ్ తీసుకోవాలా సిస్టమ్కి తెలియదు సో అప్పుడు కాన్ఫ్లిక్ట్ వస్తుంది కదా దానికి సో దట్ ఈస్ నథింగ్ బట్ మెర్జ్ కాన్ఫ్లిక్ట్ కోడ్ని మనం కంబైన్ చేసేటప్పుడు మొత్తం కోడ్ని ఒక దాంట్లోకి కలిపి పెట్టేటప్పుడు ఆ మెర్జ్ చేసేటప్పుడు వచ్చే కాన్ఫ్లిక్ట్ సో దానికి ఆ సిస్టమ్కి అర్థమవుతుంది ఏ యూజర్ నేమ్ తీసుకోవాలి సోర్స్లోనే యూజర్ నేమ్ తీసుకోవాలా టార్గెట్లోనే యూజర్ నేమ్ తీసుకోవాలా అని అలాంటప్పుడు కాన్ఫ్లిక్ట్స్ వస్తుంది బట్ ఇన్ ఆర్ కేస్ we don't have any conflict because in dev branch we don't have any code we are just pulling the entire code available in this feature branch to dev branch so once you complete this request it means you are going to merge the code and make sure you should not delete this source branch just uncheck this so click on complete merge once you do this complete what will happen it will merge all the code from the source branch to the target branch it means feature branch to the dev branch so once you approve it yeah it is merged now so by default now the pipeline should trigger usually okay so let's go to this repos now let's see in the dev branch the code is available so the code is moved from feature branch to dev branch the code is available here now that build pipeline should trigger by default but it is not triggering yet let me just run manually once so click on this run pipeline and you need to select the dev branch and click on run see here the agent job name which we have given agent job SAPI it is showing here once you click on this agent job it will show you the errors or any logs any tracking execution of those steps and all. I think it is errored out should has been purchased request to free parallelism grant so for the first time maybe it is asking for Azure Pipelines parallelism request yes this is the trial account it is showing some errors sorry it got cancelled so this is the trial account maybe it is showing some thing here it is failed let me just run this pipeline again maybe I have to remove other pipelines or something no hosted parallelism has been purchased or granted to request a free parallelism grant okay please fill out the following form maybe if you are also having same issue let's do it together let's copy this URL okay maybe for free request we have to submit this form I didn't remember earlier if I submitted it or not so what is your name glad what is your email address IT online wait I have given with that URL so that is email IT online trainings for you so I need to give the same email you can just fill your email with which email you are going to build this pipeline okay so what is the name of your Azure DevOps organization link forms okay so in my case my organization is Plot Technologies org, right? So let me just copy this, fill it in this form. Okay, now just come down. Are you requesting a parallelism increase for public or private projects? This is private repository, I guess. No other one can access. So while, yeah, it is private repository. Okay, so you can just select private and click submit. So it is submitted. Since it's submitted, let's try to run the pipeline again. So go to pipelines and select your CI pipeline which you have created. Click on run pipeline and make sure you selected the correct branch. Let's try now. Let's see if it is enough or any other thing we need to fill. Again it got failed. No hosted parallelism has been purchased. Just troubleshooting. I think we just now did it. It may take some time to maybe sync. No, maybe to provide that parallelism grant, it may take some time. The Azure DevOps team. What we can do, maybe we can stop this video here. We will wait maybe another one day, maybe next video anyways I can create tomorrow. So let's wait 24 hours. Within the 24 hours maybe it will provide the access. So once it provide the access to run this pipeline, maybe we can try to run this build pipeline and see, and then we will discuss about the release pipeline which is going to deploy the application into the Cloud Hub. Yeah, it is not yet granted. The free parallelism grant, it is not yet granted. So let's wait. Okay, let's see it tomorrow video. I have to wait maybe for 24 hours to get the grant. Meanwhile you can also do the follow the same step and submit that form, because anyways it will take 24 hours around time for you. Let's see tomorrow if it will run this pipeline, if this issue is resolved or not, and provide the access or not. Then we can continue. Okay, so thank you so much. Yeah, hi. Before I record this part, actually it took 2 days gap for me from the previous part to this part. Like in this same video itself, I just paused the video um, 2 days. Then I am just recording this because if you remember, I just raised a request for free tier access for this pipeline. So once you fill that form, once you submit that form, what will happen? You will get this kind of mail from Azure DevOps or Microsoft team. Like we have requested this increase free parallelism in Azure DevOps. So your request was completed with your organization name and with your Gmail name and with your organization name. I mean the account name on the private or public repositories like that. Right, so once you submit that form, actually it took 2 days for me to get this approval. So you also just raise that, submit that form and wait for 1 or 2 days, then you will get this. Then maybe we can just try to run this pipeline, the build pipeline which we have already built, which we have already created. Let's try to run this and see now if it works. Yeah, now you didn't receive that error, right? The parallelism error you didn't receive. So now this agent job will run. It will execute all the tasks one by one which we have created. Let me just open this, or maybe another tab. So you see it is running now. Okay, what you have done, you have added these many tasks while building this pipeline, right? So all these tasks will execute one by one. We can see, you will see a couple of green checks. Few are actually pre-built jobs. We have not created something. The tasks. All the remaining these three are the tasks which we have created. Maven pom.xml, publish pipeline artifact, munit task. These three we have created here. If you follow everything from scratch, step by step which I have created. This will work for you maybe. Let's see if this runs successfully. What will the output of this build pipeline? It will generate the archive. It will generate the jar file of our system API and it will place it in the system directory. So then once this is successful, then our next step is to create the release pipeline. What this release pipeline will do, it will pick this jar file which is generated by this build pipeline from that system directory. Then it will deploy that jar file into the Cloud Hub, just like we did for the manual deployment. So this Maven step will take some time actually. Let's wait this to be completed. This will take at least 2 to 3 minutes or maybe 5 to 10 minutes. Sometimes it depends on the connectors you have used and it depends on the dependencies it have to download. See, if you can observe, it is like downloaded from something. So it is downloaded all the dependencies. So for the first time, if you run this pipeline, it will take some time for this Maven step. So let's wait. I think you understand the difference. Without that permission, without the access, you cannot run this pipeline and it will throw the error initial just like we did. I mean, we have seen in the previous part. Okay. So I just wanted to upload this complete video at once to make this pipeline run and to get the success of this pipeline. That is why I didn't publish this video as a some half-parted like that. So I paused the video over there, paused the recording over there. I have waited 2 days to get this success. Now I'm just continue recording that same video. Okay, so don't get confused. Even if you received any error, you have to submit that form to get this parallelism approved, and then you can just continue to run this pipeline. Okay, so let's wait. Once this is run successfully, then we will stop this video here. Then in the next video, we will create the release pipeline and we will complete the CI/CD process. Okay, so yeah, let's see how much time it will take. Usually it will take 10 minutes also, maybe sometimes, but now it is 3 minutes 21 seconds. You can see the time here for the entire agent. And for this particular task, you can see the time here, 3 minutes 13 seconds like that. Okay, so I think we have to wait. And once this Maven step is done, then the next 2 steps will not take much time. Hardly it will take 1 to 2 minutes. Our project is not having that much dependencies of third-party connectors and all, so it won't take much time to publish the artifact. Okay. It is still running. No, it got failed. Let's see the reason. Could not resolve dependencies for my company. Default dependencies. Could not artifacts. RAML 101. Oh shit. Unauthorized. Okay. I got the issue. As I said, like this is again a new account. Like what is that? The Anypoint platform Cloud Hub account is the new account. So I don't have the RAML code and all as of now because this is the third account I have created to record these videos and all. So the RAML is not there. that authorization we have not provided here. I mean, we have given that authorization here in this settings.xml file, our username and password. But in this particular account, I mean, for this particular Cloud Hub account, we have not seen any ramels. So I'll just show you. So in our code, we have a dependency with ramel, like 1.0.1 ramel version. But in this Cloud Hub, it is not there. That is what it is complaining about. C401 unauthorized, because this management SAP 1.0.1, that ramel is not available. So authentication failed. What we have to do, yeah, there is no other option. I have to see the ramel 1001 failed to read the artifact descriptor, right? So what I have to do, I need to again upload those ramels. I need to import all the ramel fragments and the main ramel, I mean main API specification as well. So even if your account is also expired, see there is no ramels, as this is a new one, so there is no REST API. So that is what it is complaining about. So again, I have to upload all the ramel specs or fragments here in this particular new account. Then again, I need to do the add the dependencies here. I mean that system API code. I have to again correct the dependencies. So it will take some time for me to do this. This is the one ramel, right? So yeah, it will take some time for me. So I'll just do this in the background. So maybe I can just end this video here, because I just shown you we have got the approval for this parallelism. I thought I can just run this pipeline and I can show you the green tick, but unfortunately we got this error. So what can I do is like, while starting the next video, before that I'll just upload this ramels and I'll just correct the dependencies. Like I just import the new ramel here. I will just add new ramel here from my new platform account. So I can do all these things and I can come back. Okay. So that then in that case, once we run this build pipeline, then this will work. So apologies for the inconvenience. Once I fixed this issue, I'll just continue for the release pipeline. Thank you. Take care. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to Clark Technologies, and we are very happy to announce that we are going to provide a free course for MuleSoft for all the freshers and beginners and who want to learn MuleSoft from scratch. This is entirely free course which we are going to release on day by day basis. So it will be a 30 days course. So it is very helpful for you to learn MuleSoft from scratch. And we have explained this course with the real-time project. We have built a real-time project also. In order to explain that, we have created a couple of files and project code as well. So if you want to get those files and projects, please email us with this subject line: request to share level 1 course files. Also, we have an important announcement that we are planning to release a MuleSoft advanced level 2 course very soon. So in this course we will be discussing most of the topics of MuleSoft, which will help you very well in order to complete level 2 certification, as well as to work on complex real-time projects as well. So I hope you will be enjoying that course as well. So if you want to know more details about advanced level course, please contact us via mobile or email. We will be sharing those details. So without further delay, let's get started.
So to create release pipeline, to build pipeline, we went to this pipeline step, right? So to create release pipeline, we need to go to releases. Okay, excuse me. So in this releases, you need to create a new pipeline. Click on this, and yeah. See here, artifact we need to add, and then stages we need to add. Artifact means the jar file which is generated by the which one, the build pipeline. We need to add this step. Then once the jar file is available here, it will pull and it will do the deployments. Here we can add multiple stages because we can do the dev deployment, stage deployment, and prod deployment, right? For all the environments we need to deploy it, right? So for all each and every environment we can add different stages here. So let's compare, I mean, let's do it from scratch. Just to make you time easy, I'll just, I have already created one release pipeline earlier. I'll just follow that. Just release pipeline. Yeah. So, see, this is the old one. Okay. I'll show you by adding one by one, like this, by referring this. Okay. So this here in the artifact, you need to select from where you can pick that jar file. Okay. So here what we can do, just give me 1 second. I just wanted to maximize this. Okay, so we need to first add this artifact. Let me just go to our organization. So here, let's click here. And your project is this one, source build pipeline. You can select the build pipeline which you have created earlier. So as of now, we have only this build pipeline. We have like, right? So CA. So once you select that, it will ask you for the options. So default is latest, it means latest jar file you need to pick. And source alias, it is showing like this. See, the artifacts published by each version will be available, the deployment and release pipelines. The latest successful build of CLART CI pipeline published the following artifacts. So we have given this name as artifact earlier in the build pipeline. So I think we need to mention the same in the source alias. Let me just compare it. And you can add this here. Okay, just remove the full stop. So what it can do, it will pull the jar file from this artifact where we have published, then it will take it. So let's click on add. Okay, so now we need to add the stages, and here see continuous deployment trigger. This is also we need to enable. Earlier in build pipeline we have enabled, here you will find one trigger option, we have checked that enabled integration, right? So just like that you need to enable this also, continuous deployment trigger. It means like once the jar file is available in the build pipeline, it will automatically pick, it will automatically deploy. That's why you need to enable this. So IBS library management artifact, right? Continuous deployment trigger. By default it is disabled. You need to enable this. And the pull request trigger, maybe we can do it later. Let's see. We can. Yeah, here. Okay, no problem. We need to select the branch actually. Or else let's yeah, select this pull request trigger, and your branch would be dev branch in our case. Okay, so yeah, that's it for this. Then now we need to add the tasks for dev deployment. One by one tasks we need to add, just like the build pipeline which we have created. Okay, so yeah, let's do it one by one. So we need to add stages for all the environments, right? So let's click this and select the new stage, and here you can select empty job. There we can add the steps manually, and you can rename the stage like this is for dev. Now you can just give the dev deployment something. Okay, let's close this. Now we need to add the jobs one by one. So once you click on this, it will show you the deployment process, and the name is dev, that's fine, and agent job. Here agent pool it is showing something. Maybe in the agent pool you can select Azure pipeline. Okay, because we have used Azure pipeline as an agent in build pipeline. Right? So here you can rename the agent job, agent continuous deployment job, maybe you can give. Okay, so the agent specification you have to select the latest version of your operating system. So in my case it is Windows operating system, so Windows latest is the agent specification. So yeah, if it will automatically pick that jar file and all, and you can just expand, it will show you the jar file also where it got generated in the target folder. See here it is generated the jar file. You no need to do anything. By default it will select, so don't uncheck or don't edit anything, just leave it as it is. Okay. Right, so this is about agent. Now we need to add the tasks for this agent one by one. Okay, so first task is it need to download the secure file. Here in this case, secure file means this credentials file. I just slightly modified the credential file. I have added the dev also, but I have given just a sandbox as the default environment because we need to provide the environment name here, the stage name here. So in that case, we should not face any issue. So that's why I have added this step. I mean this stage. I'll provide you this file as well. So here the secure file mean download secure file means this credentials file. You can rename it as it is. I mean, or you can just rename this as per your convenience. Also, that would be fine. But in build pipeline, we are uploading settings.xml. In release pipeline, we are going to give credentials file. Just remember these things. Right, so we need to search for the download secure file. This task is there. Just click on add and click this. So now we need to add the security file here. So I have already uploaded it, but now I changed it now. So what we can do, we can just rename this. I'll just rename it OC October 2023, just for our understanding. Okay, right. So I'll just upload this new one because I have another stage here. So to do that, you need to go to the settings and browse your file. You can add this. It will automatically add it into the library section. So yeah, we have uploaded this credentials file and we have already discussed what is there in the credentials file. So yeah, we no need to do anything. So let's click save. And we need to add one more job to download the artifact now. Okay.
So to add new task, you can just click here, and this time we need to add download artifact, build artifact, right? So this task download pipeline artifact, I guess. Yeah, let me just cross check with the other pipeline which I have. Yeah, download pipeline and artifact. You need to add that pipeline artifact task. What this task will do is, like, this will download the jar file from the build pipeline and it will add it here. So here maybe you can just rename it or current run artifact name. If you already provided some artifact name, it will show you. As of now, it is not there. And the matching patterns, you need to give star dot jar, because our archive, our MuleSoft archive is in jar file format. So once you export this application, you will get .jar file, right? So star dot jar you need to provide. And this destination directory, earlier we have used that system directory, system default directory. Right, so let's copy that, or we can just copy from here also, system.default directory, that you need to give here in the destination directory. So yeah, apart from that, you no need to configure anything. Okay, save it. Now this is the two steps now. Then we need to add the final step, which is related to any point CLI. CLI means command line interface. Okay, so by using that command line interface, we are we are saying to this particular task, agent task, like to deploy this application. Okay, deploy the application into this particular environment and in this particular anypoint platform account. You have to say in that way, so that we can do it by using the anypoint CLI command prompt. So this is the anypoint CLI command. Here I'll just explain you the things. You write your comments here na, I just commented it with hash. So whenever you write something with hash, it will not execute. And we can use like echo, and in quotations I have just mentioned hello world, but here it is we can change this in the single quotation. LBS management MJMT API. Okay, and this npm install -g anypoint -cli at the rate latest. This step, what it will do, it will install the anypoint CLI interface into the agent of this Azure DevOps. So you don't need to change anything. Then echo CLI installed successfully. You don't need to change this line. And make directory echo means it will print the same statement in the logs. That's it. Just like the log messages which we have in MuleSoft. So mkdir, and this one, this is also you don't need to change. And what this will do, this will create one of directory in the Azure anypoint kind of directory. And to be frank, you don't need to change anything. But here the temp directory one, here the file name you need to mention. Here credentials -October is the file name which we have, the secure file which we have uploaded just now. So this file name you have to give here. Whatever the file name you can give, you already added that file name, you need to give here. Credentials -October 2023, that name we need to give here. Let me just change this. Right, so export anypoint profile, this is also you no need to change. And system default directory, no change. This is also no change. And the last line you need to change. Anypoint CL, this is the actual command, it will deploy the application. And here you need to remember, for the first time, if you don't have this application into the Cloud Hub, you need to give deploy. Wait. Here this is a very long command, you don't need to remember, but just understand what it will do and what changes you need to do from your end, right? So here we have a word called deploy, right? So whenever you have this deploy word, what it will do, if the application is not there, it will deploy as a new application into the Cloud Hub. So first time, while configuring this pipeline for the first time, you need to use this deploy because the application is already not there. Then you need to come back this step and you need to just remove this deploy, and you need to give modify as the word to do the redeployment. This thing you need to remember. So first time you can use the command with the deploy. Second time, once the application is deployed, from the second run onwards, you need to just come back to the pipeline, just to modify this, just remove this deploy and add the modify word here. It will do the redeployments from the next time onwards. And you can save the pipeline like that. Okay. And see here we are passing couple of arguments, app.runtime, Cloud Hub worker, properties, not the arguments, or yeah, Cloud Hub worker type, Cloud Hub region. These are all the properties we are sending. So these are all the dynamic properties. You no need to change anything. But from where these values will come? That values we can give it from this release pipeline variables. Okay, so business group ID, Cloud application name, Cloud Hub region, Cloud Hub worker, like that. All these values you need to send as a pipeline variables. We will create them also one by one. Okay, so I'll provide this snippet as well. It is the anypoint CLI. Just remember that. Okay. So yeah, this we need to give in our next step configuration. So let me just visit that another one. This is the old pipeline. So it is the bash task, and once you give the bash task, you need to give this anypoint CLI command over here. To make this done and to do the deployment, you need to select this target directory and all. These are all the things we need to do in our pipeline. Here environment variables, dev, like that. We need to provide these details, all these things. Right, so let's add in our pipeline. Before that, I just forgot to mention, just to rename this pipeline, you can say like glat ibs mgmt project release. Something you can give any name, but I just gave this. Okay, so here you need to add one more step now, the final step. So just click on this and search for bash, and this will be the bash command. Click on add and select this. Here you can just change the name like any point CLI. Okay, and you need to select the inline. We are going to give the script here itself. So then what you have to do, this is the script now. That's the script. You can just copy the this one which I have given, and all the properties like this in the dollar inside this process, client secret, client ID, all these properties we will give in our properties section. So that's why we are mapping them dynamically. So you don't need to change all these things as of now, but do remember for the first time that deploy word should be there, second time modify word should be there. Okay, so let me just copy everything, paste it here. So all the properties like this app dot and whichever are there in the dollar and the braces, you know how to read the properties, that YAML file properties, you know, right? How to read that. So just like that, we have added all the multiple properties here. We need to pass the values for these properties by using this variable section. So come down and what you need to do, working directory, you need to select that. I think, yeah, let me just cross check once, because if you have any single mistake it will kill the time. So yeah, in the working directory you need to select the target folder. I'll show you how to select that. So here the browse is there now, so just click that browse. A linked artifact means the build pipeline it will show you. So in the build pipeline, in the build artifact, once you expand it, it will show you this jar file. So you need to select that jar file. It will automatically show you like system.default directory and that jar file. So you don't need to worry about other things. So the control options, I think we don't have anything. Environment variables, we have to add the environment variable, which environment we are going to deploy. So here, sorry, env dev, because this release pipeline, this stage is specific to dev environment, so you can directly give the dev here. If you want to deploy this in stage or prod, you need to create altogether a new stage. So don't worry about this environment hard-coded value here. So that's it. And yeah, so and you need to add, see here in the variables section, you need to add all these variables which we have given as a dynamic variables, and we need to give some common variables, client ID, client secret, cloud profile, all these things also. Maybe we can just add all the variables here in this variable section in the pipeline variables. See, this groups is nothing but you can just any common variables are there, you can just group them together and you can just link that group to all the pipelines which you have, just a kind of reusable stuff. So we can add these one by one. Okay, so I think yeah, any point org, I'll give you like these properties also. I'll give you here like this release pipeline variables file. Here you will find them. Okay, so yeah, go to variables, add one variable which is any point org. That value will be your organization name. I'll show you how you can get that. So what is this? Business groups. This business group. So this is your organization name, but organization domain it is showing something. Just 1 second. Here the org is lax we mentioned. Okay, let me just give the organization name as CLERT. I mean the name, the value available here, which is there. You can give that name. Okay. Yeah, but I'm just doubting this variable. Let's see. Okay, second variable is any point username and any point password. You just give it in capital letters only. So any point username. This is your Cloud Hub username. So copy it, paste it, and then another property is any point password. I'm just copying this one by one. You can just copy all these variables from your notepad, which I'll give you in the Word document or something. So here, this is the key and the value is my password. You can give your password and you can just click on this lock symbol, it will hide. So you need to add all these properties one by one. Okay, so any point dot URI, because we have given all these properties in our CLI command line. See in any point CLI, yeah, here we have given all these things dynamically. Client secret, client ID. So we need to provide all these values. That's the matter actually. So any point URI, copy it and add, paste it, and any point URI value is same. You also no need to change anything. You can copy the value from my notepad because this is just a Cloud Hub URL, which is common. Then another one, yeah, runtime. This is your MuleSoft runtime, as that is the old version I have. It shows like 4.3.0, but now we are going to deploy in 4.4.0, right? So you need to give the runtime like 4.4.0. Right, another variable, business group ID. You can select this and give the name, and business group ID you can copy it from your Cloud Hub. In the access management, go to business group and click on that your organization, this class. Once you see here, you can see like business group ID, so you can copy it from here. These are all the configurations we need to do to make this Azure DevOps and the Cloud Hub in sync to do the deployment automatically, right? So another one, next variable, Cloud Hub application name, and you can just give Cloud Hub comma application name. I just gave it and it worked for me. Maybe you can just use that, or you can try maybe with another name. That could be also fine. And here you need to provide the application name with which you are going to deploy. So here I can give my repos, I mean the system API name, because we are just working on all these things for system API. So you can give this system API name. Maybe you can give dev something. Okay. Right. So then another variable, Cloud Hub region. This is also common. US East one is the common region for trial accounts. And if you're using any, I mean, real-time project or any client account, sometimes it will change. It will change for EU region. So then you need to check EU East one or EU West one, something like that. Okay. So Cloud Hub region, Cloud Hub worker. Worker means how many workers you need to deploy this application. Usually we will give one, but sometimes in production environment, sometimes it require more workers based on the load we are going to handle. So in that case, workers would be 2. And Cloud Hub worker type, it is micro something like that, but you can just give 0.1. It will take like a week or usually this should be week or, but it is there. Yeah. So file name, here you need to change some value. Okay, just a file name is the key, and the value here, if you can see, this is the jar file name. I mean, till that jar file name you will find this value, right? But if you remember, we have just seen this. Let me just copy it, or let me just see from the system directory and the artifact and all till the jar file. You need to copy the one. So let me just save this just to avoid. And from where you can copy this pipeline, sorry, file name means go to your pipeline and click on the stages. Here in the ali point CLI, if you remember in the advanced section, we have browsed for this working directory. Now you can just copy this entire thing and go to your variables, the file name, the value, you can just paste it there. That will help. Okay. And apart from these variables, we need to provide few more variables that actually I have added it as a variable group just to show you that feature also. Maybe we can do that also. So go to variable group, click on manage variable group. It will ask you to create a new variable group. So click here. Here I can say dev. So I'll just show this. This is just a display name. Okay. So dev variable group I can say, and we need to add a couple of variables here specific to this dev environment, because we are going to deploy it in dev in this particular stage. We can give as many as variable groups for each and every environment, and you can link it later. I will show you that part as well. So before that, what are the variables required for this variable group? Only we need to have at least 4 variables: this client ID, client secret, cloud hub profile, and environment. So client ID, but where it is, yeah, here. So you need to add variables, client ID. Let me just add the keys first, then we will discuss how to get the values. Okay. So client secret, and cloud hub profile, and finally env means environment. So yeah, env, in our case it is dev environment, and cloud hub profile also dev. So here we need to provide dev, so that is why the cloud hub profile name should match. So here I have given dev. Now with the dev I need to have one entry in this credentials file. This is the cloud hub profile. So here with the dev I have one entry. So that is why I just added this. Okay. If you want to deploy it in stage, you can give cloud hub profile name as stage, something like that. It is specific to environment. Okay, so now this client ID, client secret, where you will get this client ID, client secret. Usually we are we are going to deploy this in dev environment. Now you need to get the dev environment client ID and client secret. So to get that, you need to go to the access management and click on business group and click on your business group. Till here we are already there in this same page. Then go to environments, click on your dev environment. It will show you the client ID secret for the dev environment. So copy it. So sorry, yeah, this is there here only, right? So this is the client ID, and client secret also you can just click on show and select all these things, and you can just give client secret, and all the client secrets should be masked. So I just enable this lock. Let's save this. Only these 4 variables required for this common group. and go to your variable section of the pipeline. You can link this group here. So click on this. You'll see what are the variable groups available here. You can link as many as variable group. So you need to select that and click. Okay, sorry, click on link. So the dev group is visible here, right? So this is how you can give the variables, pipeline variables, and variable groups you can link by using this way. So I think we are done with almost all the settings of this release pipeline. Let's try to run this and see if anything missed. Let's try to run and check. Okay. Before we run, as I said, I don't have any applications here in this particular account because this is the new account. So I'm just going to runtime manager. So there is no applications. Okay, so because and also you need to remember we have given deploy word here in the CLI. So it should deploy this application as a fresh copy here if everything works well. So let's save this. Let's save this. Let's just cross check if anything missed. Mm, I think yeah. Let's try to run this release pipeline manually because we have already mapped that jar file library here. So whatever the jar file available as of now, it will pick that jar file and should deploy it into the Cloud Hub. So that is the expectation. Let's see. So go to release pipeline. Let's click on create release. It will ask you which stage you need to run because it is dev only. You can select the dev stage and artifact. This is artifact which is already there. So just click on create. So release one has been queued. You can check the logs here by clicking on this. What happened? So it is manually triggered, it is showing, and you can check the logs here. Okay. This dev has not yet started. It is not yet started. Okay, I think it is doing it manually. We need to make this automatic. Trigger to start the deployment. So I think we need to do it manually for now. Let's click on deploy. I'll see how we can make it automatically. Let's click on deploy. It is showing a queue and you can see the logs. It will show you the logs here for the agent job. Let's see something I missed to make this automatic deployment. Let's go to the release pipeline, edit. Yeah, here also it is there. Yeah, pre-deployment conditions, and I think yeah, this we missed. Because we have already mentioned this deployment trigger and all, it should do. Sorry. It should do the deployment automatically. It is showing manual. This is the old one. Don't get confused. This is the old one. I'm just checking. See here. Oh yeah. Okay. Here the trigger is two types of triggers are there. After release or manual only. So I have selected after release, but maybe by default it is showing manual only in our case, in our new pipeline. Let me just check that point. Okay. So go to your pipeline. There was an error attempting execute properties. Okay, something is there. Some error is thrown to the CLI. Let's see. This may indicate restart.exe. That is the error. That is failed. Okay, something is there missed in any point CLL. Let's see that. But before that, let's check this point. Yeah, see here. No. Just to go to releases, click on edit. So here, if you can see this pre-deployment condition. Oh, it is there after release only. But why didn't? Okay, maybe we just run this manually. That's why it is not showing something. I'll check that later. You don't worry. I'll let you know. Okay. Stage for trigger to change automatic. Uh-huh. I selected this here. That is why it is showing manual. So let's click on release. Click on release 2. See, it is queued automatically. Okay. Agent is ready for the job. And yeah, obviously it will throw error for the CLI. It shows some error in the CLI. Okay. So I'm just trying to understand what is the error. I can just download the log by clicking this. That's CLI. It is there, right? It will not start. Okay, let me just cross check the CLI. So part CLI inline. So here 2023 cloud hub profile directory file name dot on time cloud hub worker size region property secret client ID env and file name. We have given all the values. Then why it is throwing error? It should print this echoes. So even that is not working. So this is not issue with our CLI, but something has changed. Maybe just see is there any other task for any point. I think nothing. You need to select a bash only. This is the old one. I'm just checking. Throws error here. Here it is credentials hyphen new. Look. This is our pipeline. task failed, but it is not mentioning any further information. So program bin bash Reconnection. Let me just Google it. Maybe it is an issue with the npm. npm means one of the command to install this. So some dependency issues are there. This is what. Yeah, let me just check that commands. npm install. It shows there was an error. I think even I am new to this CLI, so I'm just checking is there anything I missed. Okay. Let's shell the environment variable. Your proxies. So something it is a firewall or issue. Npm install CLI latest installed. Because it is an issue with this command, I should install the anypoint CLI in this agent. Later on, everything will work. But this is the issue. Maybe I'll check. I'll check. I'll pause the video here. I'll check it once and I'll just resume it. Yeah. So secure file it is credentials October 23 and pipeline is jar and in CLI we have mentioned our credentials October 2023 file that will move to some temporary directory and all. So you need to remember this deploy command first time. And here I missed to say something earlier. I just selected the jar file also, but in working directory we need to select till target folder only. So select this. So till target. Okay, don't select that file name. That is a mistake I have did. So I just run it multiple times, but it got failed. So now I corrected it. Let's see what will happen now. And you need to provide the complete file name here. Okay, so but yeah, 1 second. Here you need to before that target one you can say you have to give this system working directory also. and slash. Okay, your file name format should be system.default working directory and this I mean the dollar symbol and all. Then your file name you should give in this way. Okay, I'm just giving pipeline name here. Let's save this. Let's try to do the release. I did couple of releases, but it throws few errors. Okay, let's see if it will work. Currently there are no applications. Received some bash command 6 errors. And now CLI is coming. Yeah, hello world. We have just printed that hello world. Didn't change that now. Yeah, I missed it to change that. LBS management IP and all. Okay, no problem. The hello world just to print the text message. So then it will install the anypoint CLI and it should execute that. Let's wait. This step will take some time. You can ignore this warning, npm warning. Yeah, it will take some time. Let's see. CLI installed successfully. So this is also text message which we have given. See, now you will find this deploying statement. So whenever you see this statement, it will start deployment here. See, start the deployment but not yet completed. See, now it is showing deploying. Earlier there is nothing, right? So now CLI is succeeded. After some time it will deploy the application into the Cloud Hub. So it is still deploying. Right, so I would like to just review what are the steps we have done, or else maybe let's create a new release pipeline because I did some mistakes. So all the remaining releases are also getting failed now. Let's build the release pipeline from scratch again, and maybe we can just ignore this pipeline later. So let it deploy. New release pipeline, empty job. Just for revision purpose I am just doing it. So IBS, new release pipeline. Right, the stage you can say like dev. Here the artifact you need to select the build pipeline artifact. Latest and alias name, maybe you can just remove this. And here you need to enable the continuous deployment trigger and pipeline trigger. Right, and here yeah, by default it is after release. Fine, so it is throwing some error. You need to select the branch. Once you enable this one, let's select the dev branch. So now here you need to add all the tasks. Before that, we have already created one variable group now. Let's link that group. Remaining stuff, the remaining variables we need to add it manually because we didn't create any group for that. So those are the pipeline variables. That maybe we can copy one by one. So yeah, here in the agent pool, you need to select Azure pipeline, and agent specification, it should be Windows latest, and yeah, nothing, we don't need to have anything. And let's add the jobs one by one. Before that, let's see if it is deployed. It is still deploying. Maybe this will fail. Deployment will fail because the auto discovery properties, that 4 properties we need to give. Right, see, and the secure key also we haven't give. So that could be another reason that we can maybe fix later. Right, so yeah, let's follow this pipeline and let's add all the tasks one by one. Checking this pipeline. Okay, so first job is download secure file. So here you need to select your credentials file which you have uploaded. Right, so let's add this. Here new pipeline, node less pipeline. Okay, click on task, download secure file. That is secure. Download secure file. Just add this. And if you haven't uploaded, we need to upload it. But as we have already uploaded the credentials file, you can just select your credential file. Yeah, you don't need to add anything. Right. Then another task is download the pipeline artifacts. Pipeline artifact, okay. Because in the build pipeline, we have already, the jar file will be automatically generated, right? So here the artifact name, maybe it is just temporary, but we can give the artifact name, what name I have given here. Okay, I didn't give, but that's fine. So that's destination directory. You can give this default system destination directory. And matching patterns, our archive is jar file dot jar file. So star dot jar you need to mention here. And control variables, no. Output variables, no. Yeah, let's just compare even. Yeah. So this is the second step. Right, and third step would be adding this CLI. So let's copy this command and go to our new pipeline. Here add one more task which is a bash task. Okay, and add this, select inline. You can just rename this. And in advanced working directory, you can select this linked artifact and all. Here don't forget to select only till target folder. Don't select this jar file. That was a mistake I have done earlier, so I couldn't get the few releases will failed. So just remember, you need to select till target folder only. Okay, then environment variables, we have dev, right? So env dev because now we are going to deploy this in dev only, dev environment in our MuleSoft, right? So advanced, it is still target, you need to select, and control variables, nothing. Environment variables, I think you no need to give here, but that's fine, yeah. So till now we have created all the pipelines. Now we need to add the pipeline variables one by one. Variable group we have already linked. Here we have 4 variables like client ID, client secret, load hub profile, and env. Yep, done. Now yeah, pipeline variables we need to add. We can add the pipeline variables by just comparing this. I have already explained you how to get these values one by one, right? So what you can do, you can just copy this. This is just for another practice I'm doing, but you can do from scratch. Okay, so you can follow the first part of this video. I mean, before I start the second time building, you can follow blindly. This could help you. Okay, so this is my account password. I'll just mask this. Okay, and point username. You can give your account username and password as I said earlier, and any point URI. I'll provide these values. Runtime, it would be 4.4.0. Business group ID also I have shown you how to get this business group ID from any kind platform. So Cloud Hub comma application name, but you can just maybe try with dot, and this will work actually. And here I have given this big, it is already there now. So I mean, it is already deployed with this. I mean, it is still deploying, of course, but the name is already there with the other tasks, right? So I'll just slightly change this. I will change IBS new SAPI dev something. Okay. So what are the other variables? Cloud Hub region. Region by default US East one. But in your real-time projects, if they are using EU region, you can ask them and update this. So Cloud Hub worker. Where are we going to use all these variables? In our CLI command. Okay, we discussed this already, I think. So you can give any worker type or maybe week or size something. You can give any relevant name. So I think I have almost done. And the last one is the file name. So this file name, you need to give this system directory. Till here it would be same. You can give the same variable name, and then the remaining name from where you will get it, you will go to your pipeline and the jobs in the CLI. You can go to this advanced and browse for this, and here maybe you can just select this but don't click OK, because here we need to give only till target. If you by mistake, if you can give the jar file name here, then you will not find the issue. It will throw you a couple of unbearable errors. Okay, so this is a very important point to remember. Just select this working directory till target folder only. Okay, so I just copied that. Now I'll just defect. Why it is trying defect? That's okay. Yeah, you can give this complete name here in the variables for the file name after this system directory and after the slash. Okay, paste it. Save this. I think we are done now. So you can have as many as release pipelines, but the application name I have changed it, right? So it should ideally deploy another application in same Cloud Hub account because the account is same. Yeah, here you can see deployment failed. This is with another reason. At least the application name entry is there, right? So this could fail because we need to pass this secure.key here, or maybe in the pipeline variables itself you can give that, but ideally we will give here in the runtime properties secure dot key. Okay, what is the key which we have used earlier while encrypting these details and all? Let me just check. Thing is there. Maybe in our properties we will have it. Okay, last time with in my old account I have given in the runtime properties variable itself, right? I think I will not find that value here because we are not maintaining, but maybe in the run configurations if I can that's okay, but actually it should deploy ideally. It has created new entry. A new application is started to deploy. Deployment failed because of that secure key value is not provided. I think it got stuck. Let me just so that's fine, but let's try to click on release pipeline. This will also fail because this is having that secure key. We can give that in the variables, but I didn't remember what key I have given. We need to provide the same key. Maybe we can change it later, but all the passwords we need to encrypt with the same key and decrypt with the same key. So yeah, I have encrypted this password with some other key. While sending the secure.key, if I have given wrong key, it will throw another error. So that's why I didn't give that. But if you remember the secure key and that is working fine in your system, you can just add that secure.key also in the runtime properties or in the pipeline variables. So now the CLI is getting executed. So now it is through sending that hello world. We have just given one this one, right? The text message here, echo hello world. Echo means it will print whatever we have given in the single quote. And once the anypoint CLI is installed, then if you have any doubt, like if your CLI is executing successfully or not, you can give this echo wherever you want, even dynamically or statically. Maybe at the end of this command also you can give some echo, like in single quote application is deploying into Cloud Hub, something like that. You can give that. Okay, so Still running. It has installed the npm. I mean, through the npm, it is going to install the tiny.cli. So it is deployed with the new name which we have given in the variables, new variable, right? IBS new SAP dev. But to append a dev, we have given somewhere, so that is why it has appended another dev where it is. Yeah, here. All right. So as this is this is deployed for the first time. So second time onwards, what you need to do, you need to go to your CLI. So now the pipeline is working fine, right? So now you need to go to your pipeline from second time onwards. You need to modify this CLI where instead of deploy, just delete this and give modify. So from next time onwards, if you have given any done any changes, it will redeploy the application with the same name instead of deploying a new application. So right now, yeah, we have tested the build pipeline separately, release pipeline separately. So let's test all together. So to do that, you need to do some changes in feature branch. You need to do the pull request from feature branch to dev branch. Once the dev branch is committed, then the build pipeline should trigger. Once the artifact is created, then the release pipeline should trigger and pick the artifact from there, and it will redeploy the application into the Cloud Hub. So end to end, it should work like that. So let's test something. So to do that, I'll just modify something here in the direct Azure DevOps, but you don't do in this way. Uh, See here in the transform doc name, maybe I can, no, not here. In the API, maybe I can just do some change. You can do this in your Anypan Studio and commit to feature branch and then pull request and all, right? Okay, you can do that. So here I just modify the log message list of work started. I'll just change this log message started in new pipeline. So I'll commit this. So this commit is in feature branch. Now we need to create a pull request from feature branch to dev branch. So I'll just commit it. I'll just create the pull request. I'll just complete the pull request. So let's go to the pipelines. Ideally it should trigger. See, it already triggered. It is just showing running. It means it just triggered now. See, just now it triggered. So let's open this and let's open this tab in another tab. So to check if the release pipeline is also triggered. So far there is no release pipeline triggered for this new one. Okay, we have these two now. Let's delete the other one maybe, or yeah, because we okay, but because what I'm trying to say is this is already there now. It will, I'll just remove this artifact in the old pipeline. So ideally new release pipeline should trigger now, but it is not yet triggered because this build pipeline is still running. So once this build pipeline runs successfully, once the jar file is generated, then this release pipeline should trigger and it will create a new release automatically, release 2, and it should redeploy the application. This application we have given the name, this application. So this should start starting or redeploying or something like updating, something like that. So yeah, let's wait this to be done. We just close another tabs. So still this build pipeline is running. Still it is working on this Maven step. So release is not yet created. Release 2. Release pipeline is not yet created. So let's wait.
So Maven task executed successfully. It should publish the artifact jar file here. So it won't take much time. Yeah, build a job is run successfully. Now let's see if it is. Yeah, see, I didn't click on anything. I just go to this step. New release pipeline is created. So automatically the jar file release pipeline is created once the build jar file is available. Once the jar file is available through this build pipeline, automatically the release pipeline will trigger. It will create a new release. So now let's see these logs. This time what should happen? This dev I mean this new application should redeploy again. Okay, so here it is to downloading artifact. It is downloading pipeline artifact. This job is running now. So once this job is running, then any point CLI will run. It will redeploy the application. Alright, so let's wait. I hope you understand now how the CI/CD will work. Once any new code is committed to the branch, on which branch we have created this build pipeline, that build pipeline will automatically take the new code, updated code from that particular branch, and then it will upload that jar file into pipeline artifact. Then the release pipeline will trigger. It will take that jar file, it will deploy it into the code hub. This is how any CI/CD will work. See, updating this one. It is not saying now deploying. First time it will show you deploying, and this is done. So now if you can come here, it should show you redeploying. Let me just refresh this. Okay. Okay, the issue is first time the deployment is failed. Now, if it is deployed successfully, then it will redeploy the application. But first time itself the deployment is failed. Now, how it can redeploy the application? So that's why it is not showing here. But usually, if your application is deployed successfully, what it will do? It will updating the application now. So this is how CI/CD will work in Azure DevOps. I hope these two videos are helpful for you and you learned a lot of things from these two videos. Now you are in a situation like to set up pipeline from scratch by your own. So I would like to share all these details. I will zip it, or I'll share it somehow, the CLI and all. I'll tell you. Okay, I'll update you of this. Yeah, thank you so much.
Hello all, welcome to Clark Technologies, and we are very happy to announce that we are going to provide a free course for MuleSoft for all the freshers and beginners and who want to learn MuleSoft from scratch. This is entirely free course which we are going to release on day by day basis. So it will be a 30 days course. So it is very helpful for you to learn MuleSoft from scratch. And we have explained this course with the real-time project. We have built a real-time project also. In order to explain that, we have created a couple of files and project code as well. So if you want to get those files and projects, please email us with this subject line: request to share level 1 course file. Also, we have an important announcement that we are planning to release a MuleSoft advanced level 2 course very soon. So in this course we will be discussing most of the topics of MuleSoft, which will help you very well in order to complete level 2 certification, as well as to work on complex real-time projects as well. So I hope you will be enjoying that course as well. So if you want to know more details about advanced level course, please contact us via mobile or email. We will be sharing those details. So without further delay, let's get started. Hello all, welcome to Clear Technologies. So this is another video of our 45 days course. So in this video we will discuss about a couple of routers available in MuleSoft. Depends on your project requirement, you should choose these routers accordingly as per your requirements. But in terms of interview point of view, we have to know what are the different routers available in Mule4, how to use them, and what is the use of those routers. So that is why I have created a new project for this to demonstrate these three routers. Most probably we are going to use like choice router only. This is the one we used. We are going to use majorly. But we have another routers. Those are like first successful and round robin, like that. We have couple of routers apart from choice router. If you can go to this core, see choice, first successful, round robin, scatter gather. These four are the major routers available. We will discuss all these things one by one. But scatter gather is a different one. So we will see that in another separate video. We will see other three in this video. Okay, and we have a couple of scopes, async scope, Foreach, Parrellel Foreach. So few until successful. Okay, so all the major scopes, major routers, and most used components we will discuss one by one in our next at least next couple of 5-6 videos from today onwards. Okay, later on we will discuss about the Salesforce or other topics if we have anything, right? So yeah, I have created a new project for this. As I said, I just created a new project. Nothing is there in this project as of now. I just drag and drop the HTTP listener. So let's configure this listener with 8087 or something, some other port, because I would like to run all these flows locally in debug mode to make you understand how it is executing. Right, so I'm just using another port. And the path is in this flow we will discuss about choice router. So I can give choice router is the path. So I will tell you what is the use of this choice router first. Before that, I'll just rename the flow name. Choice router example flow. Okay, right. So let's say if your requirement is like based on specific condition, it should execute some set of flows. For example, maybe if we consider our library example also, if the branch name is Hyderabad. If you are familiar with other programming languages, we will have this if-else statements. If one condition met, one condition satisfied, then it will execute the other child steps or child code of that particular condition, like that. So in our example, maybe let's consider that if a branch name is Hyderabad, okay, it should execute some code and it should show list of books available in Hyderabad branch. Okay, if branch name is, if we received branch name, from where we will receive that I will tell you. If the branch name we received as Bangalore, it should show the list of books available in the Bangalore location, sorry, Bangalore branch of our library. Like that. So how, from where we can receive these Hyderabad, Bangalore or values? Usually any front-end system or any other system will trigger. Say for example, in our case, maybe we can take it like Abibus example, maybe. So what will happen when we search something like to and fro, Hyderabad to Bangalore or something, Bangalore to somewhere. If you search something like that, it will take that Hyderabad value or Bangalore value like a destination or origin kind of stuff. It will send those values to the database, and in database it will query the value and it will just get the response for that particular values. It will send that response to you in UI, right? So we should not bother about how Avibus website work and how Avibus database will work. All those I mean all we need to know how we will get the URL from that particular request. So let me tell you. Let me just add. So let's say something like if Abibus or some other system which is going to consume our API, they will send like localhost 8089 slash routers. This is our path actually. You can give what is the path we have configured here. So choice router. Let's say they will trigger this path with some values like query parameters like in branch Hyderabad. Let's say if someone click this Hyderabad button from their UI or their mobile app or whatever it may be, we will receive the URL in this format. This URL will get triggered. So from this URL, we need to capture the values. Like from this URL, we know like after question mark, any key value pairs available, those are query parameters, right? So after from this URL, what we can understand like, so here there is one query parameter which is called branch and value is Hyderabad. So whenever we receive this query parameter value as Hyderabad, the query parameter name is branch, but the value is Hyderabad. So whenever we receive this query parameter is branch and the value is Hyderabad, it should show, we need to write the code in such a way like it should show the list of books available in that particular Hyderabad branch. So from where you will get this Hyderabad, Bangalore, all these values from your URL. In that URL also, you will get these values by using the query parameters. Right? So in such a way, we need to write our code now, design our flow now. Okay, so let's say our URL is this is our query parameter, copy this query parameter. How we can use this this choice router, I will tell you. So let's say this listener is triggered by some UI or some other person. In our case, the client is Postman. So because we ourselves, we click this URL, we are calling this URL just for our testing practice purpose, right? So but in your real time, some other client or some end user, as I said earlier, some front end system, anything will trigger this flow. Okay, yeah. So yeah, let's say we will receive this query parameter and the value, we can just get the value dynamically. So based on this query parameter, we will route the flows with different conditions. And this choice router is again also called as content based routing. So based on the content we received, it will route the flows and it will execute the code in that particular flow. So that is why it is called content based routing as well. Okay, so let's add one logger before choice router, because we will just run this in debug mode. We will see how it will happen. So logger, maybe I can just add before choice router. Okay, and then now let's drag and drop the choice router. So if you have any requirement in your project, like based on some particular condition, it should execute some set of components or some set of flow counts, you should go with choice router. So you need to understand in MuleSoft, there are lot of connectors, lot of routers, lot of scopes, everything, or core connectors, everything. We have lot many things. At least you should know what are the major components and what are the major things we are going to use in our real-time projects. So you need to know what component is for which purpose, the usage of that component, and when, if any suitable requirement come in your project, you should be in a way like at least you should recollect which component you need to use in this particular situation, like that. Okay, so that's why just remember all these components and remember the usages of this component. You no need to remember the syntaxes and all. Maybe we can just Google it or something. But you need to know what are the different connectors available. it means like what is the usage of those connectors, when we need to use those connectors. So if you have this basic idea at least, so in your real-time project, if you have any requirement, you can at least think like, okay, this will be possible in MuleSoft, we can use this particular component to fulfill this requirement. Like that, at the stage you should be there. So that's why please do practice more. Okay. Okay, then yeah, I just drag and drop the choice router na. So these are all called routes. We can add as many as conditions you have in choice router. There is no limitation. But how this choice router will work, it will do check all the conditions one by one. If any particular condition is satisfied, then it will go inside to that particular block and it will execute the components into that particular block. So what we can do, let me add three conditions. One is Bangalore, Hyderabad, and another thing is branch. Delhi, okay. Delhi, right? Okay, fine. So let me add these three conditions. I'll show you how we can add this. Then we will discuss more. So to add any condition, you need to use when block. So we don't have any when something like that. When block, nothing is there. So by default, whenever you drag and drop the choice router, it will show you one when and one default block. So when block means here you need to write your condition, which condition you need to check to satisfy and to execute the components inside this particular block. So to add any one more condition, you will just drag and drop any component. For now, I'm just drag and drop the logger just here. Once you see this black vertical line is there now. If you can drop this logger here, it will add another condition. Sorry, not here. So here. Okay. If you see this vertical black line here after this choice component, once you drag and drop it, see it is going to add another when condition for you. So like that, if you want to add as many as conditions, you can just drag and drop any component once. After this black line appears, it will add those many conditions for you, those many when blocks for you. You need to write the condition, of course, but to add these when blocks, you can use this trick. Okay, so let me add all the conditions one by one. So you can just rename it choice router to check branches. Maybe you can write in this way. Okay, this is just a display name. So the actual conditions we can write. See, all the red marks are there now for when conditions. So all the when conditions you should write the actual condition. Okay, so let's just click on this when. Enable this function. Here you need to write your the condition which it should like. So in our case, we need to check this query parameter value. If we receive Hyderabad, if we receive Bangalore, or if we receive Delhi, something. So all these three options we need to check. So to read any query parameter, the syntax we have already seen, like attributes dot query params dot your query parameter name. This is our name. Our query parameter name is branch, right? So you can maybe keep it in single quote. So this query parameter is equal to what is the name? Value. What is the value? Hyderabad. All small letters. It is case sensitive. If you give small letters here, just send the all small letters in the postman also. If you are going to send this init cap, and you need to configure the condition also with init cap, like that. So this condition, this value you have given here in this condition should match exactly with your URL which you are going to trigger. Right, so here I have configured for the first route like attributes.queryparams.branch. If we receive this branch value is Hyderabad, it should execute this code. This code means here we have only logger as of now. So maybe just Hyderabad branch. Maybe just I am in Hyderabad branch. I'll just add one logger condition, and along with that, maybe let's add some set payload, Okay. That's okay. You can give like welcome to Hyderabad branch, something like that. Okay. So just like that, let's add all the three conditions and add these same components so that it will, it will make you understand how we can test this. Right. So here also, I'll just copy paste, but here it is Bangalore. I am just going to add the log statements first, and let me drag and drop the set payload here also, and let's give the same, but this time you need to change it for Bangalore. But we have not yet added the condition here. So condition also you can just copy it from here. Click on this when condition here, enable this function and paste it here. Attributes dot query params dot branch equal to this time it should equal to Bangalore. If we send query parameter as Bangalore, it will execute this particular two components. It will enter into this block, it will execute these two components. Okay, just like that. Let's copy the same condition in this when condition also, enable the function, paste it. This time the value should match with Delhi. So if the query parameter is Delhi, then it will execute this logger and this set payload component. We will see in debug mode, you will understand much better. So let me just copy the set payload. Delhi branch, and for this choice router you will have one normal without any condition. We no need to write any condition, but we will have one default block. Default means if it doesn't satisfy any of the above three conditions, let's say instead of Hyderabad, Bangalore, Delhi, let's say if we send some other random text or some other another city like maybe Kolkata. If we send Kolkata as the branch, we don't have that matching condition available here in your code because we haven't implemented that code yet. We have implemented code for Hyderabad, Bangalore and Delhi. We have not implemented for Kolkata. So in that cases, it will execute the conditions in the default block. Okay. So that is the use of this default block of this choice router. This is available only for choice router, this default block. For other routers, it is not available. Okay, so if all the above conditions are not satisfied, then it will execute default block. Then in that default block also we can write some message like maybe this is default section, just for our understanding. Okay, so that's it. After choice router, maybe let me add the one more logger. So to add after choice router, you need to check this vertical line. See, if you have this block line, it will add another condition. So whenever it shows, just add it here. After choice router. So it will check all the conditions one by one. If any condition satisfied among these all the three conditions, it will continue the execution to the next component of outside of the choice router. Okay, let's see. So let's run this in debug mode and see how it will get executed. So to check that, I'll just I'm just putting the breakpoint here. Only here, that will help at least. So okay, let's run this in debug mode. What is the URL? Choice router and 8089, right? So yeah, okay, fine. So let me just run this in debug mode. So right click on your project, debug as your applications. As we don't have environment or secure keys, nothing here in this simple project. We can just say it like run as mule application or debug as mule application. So we are in go down. Okay. So now, so once it is deployed, maybe we can just run, see all the three conditions and all the default condition also, so that you will get better idea about this choice router. So basically you need to remember if there is any content based routing required in your project, means based on the content we received. Here also we can see like based on the content. So which content? It means here in our case it is query parameter. So based on the content you received, if you have a requirement like based on the condition, so based on the content value, you need to execute some set of flows, some set of components based on the condition. You can just go with this choice router. This choice router pattern is also in integration patterns also is there. I mean, in one of the integration pattern, this choice router, that is nothing but content based routing, that name itself. So just remember, if someone asks you in interview like what is a content based routing, if you know something like that, you can say, yeah, we have a choice component in MuleSoft. That by using the choice component, we can implement content based routing. We can add as many as conditions. Based on the condition, if any condition is satisfied, means like it will check all the conditions one by one. If any condition is satisfied, it will execute the components inside that condition block. Something like that you can explain in interviews. Okay, so yeah, it is deployed now. Let's test with Hyderabad first. Let's go to this. See, we put debug point here. It just entered into the choice router. Let's click next. So it is checking the Hyderabad condition, and the Hyderabad condition is satisfied. That is why it entered into the Hyderabad block. So it will send. And then see, after executing all the components in this particular when condition block, it just went outside of the choice router. It is not checking all the other conditions. It will check this condition. Yeah, it is satisfied. Okay, fine. It is executed this route and it will come out. The control will come out. Okay, so you will get the response. Okay, once you click next, you will receive the response like welcome to Hyderabad branch, because this condition is satisfied now. So let's again test with Delhi condition. Did we add the same Delhi here? D capital, yeah. Okay. So let's see by triggering this. Once you trigger this, you will see here in the attributes, you will see query params, and you received query parameter like branch equal to Delhi. So that condition only we have written here. So it is just outside the choice router. Once you click next, see, it will enter into the Delhi block here, the third row. See, it is entered into the third block because the query parameters we received is Delhi. It is matching this condition, right? So once we click next, yeah, it will execute all the components in that particular block. As of now, we have only two. Now it will execute all the two, and then it will come out from the choice block. It will execute the next components outside the choice block. Right, you should receive the welcome to Delhi branch. So as I said, like, let me just give my name, just click send. So how it should behave now? See, it entered into default black because the name which we are sending, I mean the value which we are sending for this branch query parameter, it doesn't match with all the three conditions which we have written here. So that is why it will go to the default block and it will execute. This is the default. So let me just complete that. Then you will get the response like this is default section. So like this, based on content you received, you can just route or you can execute some set of flows or some set of components based on your requirement. See, in real time, sometimes what you will do, like if this is the Hyderabad branch, it should go to the database call. It should call the Hyderabad branch database. It will it will pull all the branch details or book details available from that particular database. So in that case, you need to add one more database connector here in this same block, because this is the Hyderabad condition block. You can add the database connector also. So after, it will execute database component also, and it will pull the details from the database, then it will come out of the choice router. So just like that, if you have any specific requirement, you should add that component related to that requirement, you should configure it, and then this choice router will work for you. So I hope you got this usage of choice router. Let's see another router. Okay, so I'm just moving to new perspective. So instead of this, in the same project, let's create one more flow for first successful this time. Let's see that. Okay, I'm going to just minimize this. Just drag and drop another HTTP lesson. You can use same listener and path name. First successful I have given. So let's add a logger. After that, it is just first successful flow. Just anything you can add. So now let's drag and drop the first successful router. So you can just drag and drop it after this logger. See, for this, if you observe the difference between the first successful and choice router, for choice router, once you drag and, maybe I'll just show you. Once you drag and drop the choice router, it will add default block also. So if nothing is executed, no condition is satisfied, it will execute at least the default block. But if you see the difference between the first successful, there will be no default block. So as many as routes, or as many as you can say routes only. So as many as routes you can add. Any it's not any. If any first one is successful, then it will not execute the other conditions. We have maybe 3 conditions. If first condition is went a successful way, then it will not check the other 2 conditions. Okay, so to check this, maybe let's add the set payload. See, once you have this black line, you can add this set payload. Route 1, route 2, route 3, maybe we can say. Okay, so I'll just rename the display name as well as the text route 1. So the second one also we can say route 2. And third one route 3. I would just like to demonstrate this with some simple payload. Okay, in your real-time requirements, real-time projects also, you might have this kind of requirement, because this is not the regular requirements you will get. Sometimes, any rare cases, if you found any thing like this, you can use this successful if you have, first successful route if you have any requirement, but this is very rarely used. So let me add the another logger after the route. As of now, I am not using, I am not giving any exceptions and all. Let's test this. Then you can understand once we will run this. Okay. So end of first successful. Okay. So let's save this. So as of now, we just added what? Only just payloads. So all 3 routes are successful routes now, because there will be no errors or nothing we can see. So in this case, how it will behave? Let's see this. Then let's add little custom error. I'm just copying this path to test. Okay. So maybe, yeah, instead of this I can just give this. Okay, let's run this in debug mode. Debug as mule application. So once this is deployed, let's test that first successful flow. Yeah, it is deployed now. So maybe let's test this once. Yeah, I run it in debug mode only, right? Yeah, let's go. Yeah, see, it went to first successful. So once you click on next, it will execute first flow. So if it is executed successfully, then it will go to the logger, right? So it will not execute route 2 and route 3. It will end the flow. Because the first route itself is successful, there is no errors. Okay, so now let's see, let's add one custom error. So to add any custom error, what component we need to use? Rise error component, right? We have seen this in our error handling videos. So type, you can say custom test, or you can give anything. Description, this is custom error. So this time what will happen, I have added a custom error here. So if first route, it will execute. Till here it is executed successful, but it throws an error. So it will not went out of the router. It will execute the next flow. If it is successful, then it will went out. I mean, come out of from this first successful. Because any of the routes, if it sees it is successful, first route, then it will come out of the scope or come out of the flow. That's it. If you have any requirement like any of the first route, it will, if it will successful, it should execute some kind of flow, something like that. You can use this first successful. Okay, let's save this and let's see. This time first route itself throws an error, so it should execute route 2 and it will come out. Earlier, if you observe, route 1 is successful, so it will not went for the route 2. Okay, so maybe, yeah, let's save this. It will automatically deploy. Custom, could not find error, custom test. Okay, so maybe just to demonstrate, I just add this. Or else let's maybe add validation errors also. Try to replicate that. Okay, let's see. If this is not executed, we might have add some kind of validation errors, and we can make this work. It got failed. That's okay. We can try to see um, validation URL. Let's say is null, payload is null. Our payload is number, so our payload is string. So if it is null, I mean if it is number, it will execute successfully. If it is text, it will throw an error. So in this case we don't need this rise a error component. So let's check for this payload. Payload is a number type is integer. If a payload is in our case, payload is what? Route 1, which is text. But this validation module, what it will do, it will validate the incoming payload or any other variables. You can do that, right? Okay, that got failed. Now let's test this. Obviously, it is not number, so it will throw error. Let's see if this time it will execute the second flow. Don't worry, sometimes it will throw that default port error. You can just rerun this, no problem. That's why you should not use this 6666 port in your any of your HTTP listener that is dedicated to debugger. So now let's test this. So obviously it will check for the first route. Yeah, now it throws error. See, whenever the first route throws error, it will come to second route. Now this is successful, so it will come out. So what will happen for the error? It will not show any error. It will show you what is a successful route it executes. It will not send you back the error also. What is the error? Like that. See, route 2. So any error occurs in the first route, it will not give you the error object. Also, it will not execute that. It will execute the second flow. If the second route is executed successfully, then it will come out of the scope. It will not execute the other one. So like this, you can use the first successful router. I hope this is helpful for you. In our next video, we will see other routers also. Okay, thank you. Hello all, welcome to Clark Technologies, and we are very happy to announce that we are going to provide a free course for MuleSoft for all the freshers and beginners and who want to learn MuleSoft from scratch. This is entirely free course which we are going to release on day by day basis. So it will be a 30 days course. So it is very helpful for you to learn MuleSoft from scratch. And we have explained this course with a real-time project. We have built a real-time project also. In order to explain that, we have created a couple of files and project code as well. So if you want to get those files and projects, please email us with this subject line, request to share level 1 course files. Also, we have an important announcement that we are planning to release a MuleSoft advanced level 2 course very soon. So in this course we will be discussing most of the topics of MuleSoft, which will help you very well in order to complete level 2 certification, as well as to work on complex real-time projects as well. So I hope you will be enjoying that course as well. So if you want to know more details about advanced level course, please contact us via mobile or email. We will be sharing those details. So without further delay, let's get started. Yeah, hi. So in till previous videos, we have seen first successful and choice router, right? So before we will see that other routers, we need to know a couple of scopes like Foreach scope, parallel Foreach. In this video, we will cover that. Later on, we will continue on the routers part. Okay. So to do that, I'm just going to create a new configuration file in the same project. I can say like scopes demo.xml. So here, let's discuss about couple of important scopes which we are going to use in our real-time projects. Okay, so this is a very regular requirement you will see in your real-time projects, because you will have a collection of payload like this. In some cases, the array of objects, we have already seen the structure of array of objects in our basics video, right? So this one is called one object, this is called another object. So you have like multiple objects in one array. You will say this array of objects. So sometimes your requirement would be, you need to go through all the objects one by one, and you need to do some transformations, or you need to insert that data into some database, or you need to do some more activity on that particular object of data, like that. So to demonstrate this, I have just to take a sample JSON with array of objects. To split that, I mean, if you have a very limited array of objects, like say for example 1 2 3 4 5 6 7, you have only 7 rows or 7 objects, then you can go with for each scope. For each scope is there in MuleSoft, which will use, I mean, which will split the collection. Okay, collection means that this payload which will split the collection, it will process each and every record one by one sequentially. You should remember this. Okay, so you can use this for each scope, and inside that for each you can mention this collection, and inside that for each scope, if you have written any code or any components, that will execute one by one of each and every object in the incoming payload. This will be useful if you have any limited number of records, maybe 50 or 100, if, or maybe sometimes 50 or 100, or sometimes 200 records or something like this. But if you have more than 10,000 or in thousands or in million records, for each scope will not handle, I mean, it is not that much capable to handle that much large number of records. In that case, in large payloads, if you want to handle large payloads, you need to go with batch scope. We will see the batch scope later. Let's first understand the for each scope, how it will split the payload and how it will process each and every record one by one. So if you have a requirement, like if you need to go through all the objects of the collection, this is called collection also, or array of objects, or number of I mean, array of object payload. Okay, right? So we need to go through each and every object. Let's go through each and every object. Let's print the color by appending some other thing in our console. Let's say this is the requirement. I will tell you what I am trying to say. Okay, here I'll just rename this flow name with for each flow. I just drag and drop this one, right? Let me just remove this. Let's build this flow one by one. Let's add the listener. You can take the same listener because this is in the same project. So for path you can say Foreach. Okay, and this time let's use this HTTP listener for post method. So to do that you need to go to HTTP listener and go to advanced and click here and write a post here. Okay, so yeah, why? Because I would like to send this payload from the postman while triggering this. I mean while triggering this flow. Okay, it is running something outside. Let me just stop this application as of now. Alright, so from your input, from your payload, you will get the complete payload. Let's print that payload in the logger. You can say input payload and colon payload. This is a kind of string. You can just put it in double quotes. I mean this text. Okay, so now we are printing the payload here once we receive the data from the post method from the postman. Then you need to split this and you need to go through this one by one. Right. So to do that we have to use Foreach scope. Let's drag and drop the Foreach after the logger. And in this Foreach scope you need to configure something which is called collection. So which collection you want to split and you want to process one by one. So in our case this is the collection. Where this collection is stored, in our case we are sending it through postman, right? So it will be stored in the payload itself. So you can write payload here. So it will split all the payload coming to this Foreach scope one by one. It will I mean it will execute. Okay, and here you have to you can see this counter variable name. You can change this variable name. What is the use of this counter means how many times it is split that I mean it will show you how many times the for each loop is executed. That is called counter. Like first time it is one, second time it will be say two, like that. You can print this variable also, counter variable name. So how many times it is printed, something like that. So batch size means it is by default it is 1. You can say it is 10 or 100. So what is batch size means? Say for example we have only 7 records here. Let's say for example you have 100 records. It should process one. I mean usually if we didn't mention anything here in the batch size, by default it is 1. So it will process one by one record, and it will do process for that particular record. If say for example if you have database insert operation here, it will insert one record. It will have multiple database calls. So to improve the performance, what you can do, you can just give the batch size like 10 or 100. So it will process all the 10 records or 100 records at a time instead of doing one by one. So that is what batch size usage of for this Foreach scope. It will improve the performance. Right, so this is the counter variable. Like it will show you how many times this for each loop is executed. We can see this counter variable in our debug mode variables also. Anyways we are going to run this in debug mode now, so we can see that. And in the for each loop let's add the logger as of now. So in the logger let's let's print for each logger, and inside that, so from the payload you will receive color, right? So let's say payload dot color. It will display what color you have received or which record it is processing. Okay, let's say payload dot color. This color would be this up. Sorry, this color means this field name, color. Okay, so it will each and every time if it execute the for each scope, it should display this logger message with the dynamic color name. It will get it from this particular collection. Okay, let's see this. After for each also, let me add one logger. After for each. Okay, let me just save this. Let's put a debug point here this time in the logger, and then let's run this into debug mode. Debug as Mule application. Let's see. So it is deployed. Let's see how to test this. Okay, so what is the path? It is for each, right? So let me just this time you need to send this payload also now, right? Go to your postman, and this is your post method, so select this post method, and here the path is for each, and in the body you need to send that collection. So, and let's try to click send. Why it is throwing error? It seems JSON payload. Okay. Okay, in JSON payload, we need to give quotations for keys also, right? So let me do one thing. Instead of doing it manually, and then value, right? Okay, I'm just adding quotations. Okay. Okay, let's try to test this once. See the debug come here. This time, once you click next, it will show you the, the logger is printed and the payload is also printed. Okay, you can see the actual payload here. This is the one we have done. Okay, so now it is entering into the for each scope. So let's click enter. See it will went inside that. So this time see the variables. The counter is 1 because this is the first time it is entering. First time it is executing the for each scope. So the counter is 1, right? And the payload, if you can see, it is taking only first object, which is nothing but color red. See this first object it took. So once it processed, then it will take another object. Likewise, sequentially it will take one by one in the same order. Let's see. Now we click the next, right? Again it is executing another time. So this time, if you can see, the counter is 2. And if you can see the payload, it is color green, which means second object. And if you can see the console, it will print the logger like. So color is red for the first time. Okay, now it is executing for the second time. Now once you click next, go to console, see it is printed, the color is green because it processes the second record. That is why the counter is also 2. So once you click next, it will process for the third time. So yeah, third time also it will processed. Now see the variables, the counter is, sorry, I clicked it 2 times, so that's why it is showing counter is 4. This time it is taking CA on, can, this one. Don't worry, it didn't skip the blue. I clicked it 2 times, so that is why. Let's see it in console, it will show you. See in the console it printed the blue. So third is already executed. Now it is executing the fourth one. Once you click next, it will take the fifth one, magenta, and it will, once you click next, yellow. Once you click next, black, So what is the last color? Yeah, black is the last color. So it is in the end of last one. So once you click next, it will come out of the Foreach scope because it has processed all the 7 records one by one in the same order. You need to remember this same order. Now the variable gone. Outside the Foreach scope, the variable is gone. And now what is the payload here? After the Foreach. What is the payload here? The actual payload you will get. Okay, this will be also one of your interview question. So what is the counter variable? It is a number of times how the Foreach scope is executed. That is the counter variable. We can change that counter variable name, and you can print that variable also. And another kind of interview question is like, what is the payload available after the Foreach scope? See, before the Foreach scope also, the same payload, input payload is available. After the Foreach scope also, same payload is available. Inside this Foreach scope itself, it will process the records one by one sequentially in the same order. So what is the order of the execution? This is also one of your interview question. You can say if we can use the Foreach scope, it will execute the flows. I mean, sorry, it will execute the block of code which is available in this Foreach scope sequentially, and it will process all the collection of records one by one in the same order. See, red, green, blue, all this in the same order. Let me print this logger also. See if you can see, we have put only logger. Now all the 7 loggers for all the 7 colors, it has printed in the same order. See, red, green, blue, cyan, magenta, yellow, black. Okay, this is very important for each. Now let's see parallel for each. You have another scope in MuleSoft which is called parallel for each. What it will do, it will also work on the collection of payload. It will also execute all the collection one by one, but it will execute them in parallel way. It will not execute in sequential manner. Like it will not follow the order. It will execute green first, then it will execute can, then it will execute red, like that. The order it will not maintain. It will do the parallel execution. That is why it is called parallel for each. Okay, so let's build the same flow. Okay, but we can use the parallel for each this time. So these two are very important scopes in your project. So what is the use of for each and parallel for each? You will also get these kind of questions in your interviews also. So parallel for each is mainly used to execute the collection of records in a parallel manner. So what is the advantage of this? Means if you don't want to maintain any order, like if your requirement is it will not bother about the order of the records processing, but it should process the records very fastly. In that case, you can go with parallel for each because it will doesn't maintain the order. It will execute all the flows parallelly to save some time to improve the performance. But if you want to maintain the order, even now after the processing of all the collection, if you want to maintain the order, you should go with for each because it will execute each and every object sequentially one by one. Okay, we will see the difference by executing the parallel for each also. So, pair for each, I can say. Let's do the same thing. Let's copy it, maybe paste it. You can do that. Okay, so now the another logger also you can paste it. Between these two loggers we need to add this parallel for each. Right, see, parallel for each scope is there. Just drag and drop the parallel for each. And here also you need to maintain the collection. I mean, you need to mention the collection. Here in our case it is payload only because our payload itself has the collection of objects. So yeah, now let's add the logger. Same logger here also. So here instead of for each, parallel, you can say. Just to understand, just for our understanding. Okay. Okay, now let's save this. I think yeah, now let's save this. Okay, let's put this debug point. Let's run this in debug mode. Then if you can send the same payload again while executing it, all the 7 records, you will understand the difference. How it is going to execute all the 7 records. It will execute parallel. It will doesn't maintain the order. Okay, you will see that. Let's wait this to be deployed. Yeah, so it is executed in sorry, it is deployed in debug mode. Let's test this. Foreach. Let's send the request. Okay, let's see by executing one by one. Now this time the payload is the entire payload because it doesn't enter into the Foreach scope yet. So let's click next. So now it is entering. See, first it took red. Okay, fine. That is the red first one. First object it took. Right. Now this time there will be no counter or something. This time green. It is second one only. Okay. Then black. See, second time it took green. Third time it took black. But black is the last color. After green, it should pick blue. Usually, but it picked a black color, which is the last object. So after second object, it picked the last objects. It will not maintain the order of the objects which we are going to send in the input payload. So let's click next and let's see what it will pick again. So next time it took yellow. So yellow color means just before the last object. So if you observe carefully the difference between the Foreach and the parallel Foreach, it doesn't maintain the same sequence of the order. It will pick randomly. Okay, but it will execute all the 7 objects, but it will pick randomly. It will execute them parallelly. Why it is picking randomly, like without maintaining any order, means 2 threads. Maybe you will not understand the threads concept. Yeah, 2 parallel threads will execute. It will take one by one. Not in same order. It will pick, if any record is not processed, it will pick randomly. See, now it is processing Magneta. Sorry, Magenta. Okay, next one. Next Cyan. Next blue. So now all the all the objects are executed. Now it will come out of the parallel Foreach. So if you can see, even the console, here in the log message also, it will not print all the colors in the same order which we are going to send. See, red, green, then black, then yellow, then this one. But this is not the same order. Which this is for each logger, na? If you can compare, you will just understand in very clear manner. Okay, I'll just do this. Yeah, see, this is for each. This notepad. This is parallel for each. See, red, green, blue, cyan, magenta, yellow, and black. Here, red, green, black, yellow. This is the difference after parallel for each. Okay, so it will parallel for each will not maintain sequential order of input payload, but it will execute everything parallelly. It will save some time. It will process all the records in very less time. Okay, I could have show you this one as well. The response time also, but I missed it. Let's see, maybe. So it processed in 7.56 seconds. Okay. .67. Okay, maybe some catch issues there. Now let's test it again. .65 seconds, something, because it is maintaining cache by default, but also we are running it in debug mode now, so you will not see the exact response times, but parallel for each will execute little fast. Then for each, because two threads parallelly are executing all the records in parallel for each. But in for each, only one thread is going to execute. It will execute all the objects one by one. I'm just renaming the flow. That's it. Okay. Let's go to mules. Okay, so that is about parallel for each and for each differences. So yeah, let's see another scope, another important scope. Let's discuss a little bit about until successful scope also. So there is a scope called until successful. It means this will do. Let's say in our real-time case projects, few downstream systems will be not that much stable, because it means like those systems may have this connectivity issues very frequently. So in such cases, instead of running our MuleSoft application down completely, we can use this until successful scope. So here it is there. What this will do, let me just rename this flow name. So what this will do means, if you have any downstream system, any third-party system, for example, this HTTP request, any REST API or any database call or any Salesforce connector or whatever it may be. So if you know that the third-party product I mean for which you are going to connect, do you know something like that system is not that much stable? It may have frequent connectivity issues. So in such cases, you can wrap that particular connector with until successful scope around, and what it will do, it will keep on trying for connectivity. Okay. See, max retries is 5 milliseconds between retries is this is default configurations. Once you see this, so max retries 5 means it will try to connect to that particular system 5 times. If it still fails at the 6th time, it will throw an error. Otherwise, it will try keep on for 5 trials. And from time between each and retry is between 60 milliseconds, 6 milliseconds or something like that. Okay. So let's just add something. Let's try to call our API itself, our system API itself, which we have deployed. These two are undeployed, right? Yeah, maybe you can test this scenario as well. Anyways, this is undeployed. Nah? So it means like this API is not available. Okay. Let me just deploy one application which is available. This SE API, maybe we can just or else the process EAPI. Okay, let me just export it as a jar file. So it would be in downloads. Let's deploy this because this is successful application. Now let's see the difference. So if application is down, how this until successful will behave, otherwise how it will behave, like that. Okay. So usually you will use this until successful scope if you want to retry to that particular system at least maximum 5 times or 6 times before you throwing the error back. Sometimes like within 2 seconds the third system will the third party system will back to online sometimes. So in that cases, if you didn't retry at least for some time, if you can directly send the response as error back, you will lose the message. So this is kind of one of the reliable pattern you can use. See, if you receive one message, if this connector is not connecting, then then we will if we throw the error object back as a response, the incoming message will lost. You will lost that input payload. Right, instead of that, before send that error response back, you can try at least five times. maybe within that 10 seconds or 12 seconds, if the system is up and running, if your system is back within that 10 seconds or 20 seconds, then I mean, there will be no issue. You can just process the message which you have received as an input payload. Otherwise it will send an error back as a response, right? So let me deploy this application eAPI in Cloud Hub. Okay, just give eAPI test and deploy application. This is available. It means someone already used that name. Okay, I'll just change this. Okay, let it deploy. Meanwhile, what we can do, let's drag and drop the listener, and we can use the same listener. Path is until, and just for our reference. Okay, so let's try to call this any dummy URL, or maybe this undeployed application as well. You can use, so maybe this one. We can use this URL. Okay, you can configure it in two ways actually. Once you can just one way is you can just add this connector with no host and port and all. Then you can directly give the URL here. No host to. Okay, you can give this is the host and the port is 80. Okay, and URL. Maybe in that case you don't need to give the URL. You can just give the path. Libraries. Sorry, slash API slash libraries. Right. Okay. So before the manual deployment of that application is getting deployed, it is still taking some time. Let's try to debug this application, how it behaves, because as of now with the API which we are using is in undeployed state. So it means that application will not, I mean that API will not connect. I'm just putting loggers here and there. I can say before call, after call. Let me put breakpoint here. Let's try to run this. Obviously this request API, that REST API will not connect, so it should try for 5 times before sending the error back. We can test that at least. Okay, let's see. It is deployed. Let's see this by testing until, but it is get request only for now. It got triggered now. Okay, let's go to Mule debugger. Let's click next. See, it went to until successful. It is not connecting, so it got and it is waited. The thread is getting wait. It throws an exception, right? So let's click next. It will wait that time which we have mentioned over there, maybe 6 milliseconds or 60 milliseconds. By default some configuration is there, na? Still we didn't receive any error response. After that 6 milliseconds or 60 seconds or 6 seconds, it will get enabled. It is there. Let me see. Milliseconds between retries. So in that case, at least it should enable now. See in your error also, you can see, I mean in your log console also, retrying execution of event, attempt 1 of 5. See, second time also it tried, now it enabled. It is trying to connect for the second time because we have mentioned max retries is 5 here in until scope, right? So 5 times it will try. In our console also you can see it doesn't send the response, error response, but in the console if you can see, I mean in the logs if you can see, it is throwing like, it is showing like 1 of the 5 max retrying attempt. Now let's see, it is enabled. Let's click next. Again it will throw the error, right? It will not able to connect because we have given undeployed application URL. It is not working fine. Again it throws error na. Let's go to console. See, it throws error. Now if you can click next, what will happen? See in the console, retrying execution of event attempt 2 of 5. Now it is trying for the second time. First time it is by default it will try. If you can just mention 5 as the retries, it will try 6 times totally. Because 1 is obviously the default behavior, it will try. So whatever the number you have mentioned in the max retries, this is also one of the interview question for you. This might be. So let's say like if you configure until successful with max retries 2, how many times it will try the application to connect? Then what you need to do? You need to add 1. How many number of retries you give plus 1, that times it will try. For example, if you can given max retries 2, application will try to connect for 3 times 2 plus 1. Now we have given 5. So it will try 5 plus 1, 6 times it will try. Okay. See, again it is trying, again it is enabled. I mean this is highlighted. So that is why if you have any doubts how your Mule application is executing, you can just try to put some debug points and run it in debug mode. It will tell you how any connector will work in MuleSoft. It is very easy to learn in this way, right? So okay, now it is enabled again. Let's click next. Again it will throw error. It is trying to connect to that particular API. Again it will throw the error, but still it is not sending any error response. Until unless the max retry is completely done, it won't send any error response. In this case, what will happen? Whatever the payload we have sent, that will be same. See, same payload is there. Even though we have used the get method, but some payload is the post payload, which the previous example is went. Na, this is also useful for us to understand. So that payload is still there. We will not lose the message. This is a kind of one of the reliability pattern. How you can make sure the input message is not lost until unless we need to send it to the other target system, something like that. So you can use this until successful scope for couple of components or couple of connectors where the reconnection strategies are not there. I'll tell you what is reconnection strategies also. So like this maximum max retries, few connectors have its own configuration called reconnection strategies. So instead of this until successful, you can configure that reconnection strategy number that can work. That will also work in the same manner. Okay. So let's try next. See now it is retrying execution of event attempt 3 of 5. To save some time, at least we can just configure it for 3 times only, but I just left it as it is. That's why it will kill some time of our video, but let's wait, let's see after the 5th retry how this until successful connector will behave. This is very important for you to analyze it and to check this. See, after some time, again this request connector will enabled with the dotted line, black dotted line, means it is ready to debug again, ready to run the application again. Just taking much time. Yeah, now again it is enabled now. Let's try again. Again it will throw the error because this will never come online. If in the meanwhile, if that particular system is come online and if it is working fine, then it will not throw the error. It will continue the execution of the next components out of the successful scope. Like it will execute the logger. But in this case, this particular API which we are trying to call is always down. So in such cases, it is not there is no meaning of trying again and again. So that is why we can try at least maximum 3 times or maximum 5 times. If the third party system is enabled or come to back to online in between these 3 or 4 or 5 retries, then it is well and good. It will execute the entire flow and it will complete the process. Otherwise, if keep on trying for even though if that system is completely down, if you keep on trying this kind of retries, that will not use. There is no meaning in that, right? So that's why we just just control this maximum retries with 3 attempts or 5 attempts. Okay, let's see. Now see if it is trying for 4 of 5, attempt 4 of 5. The error also you can see here, it is timeout exceeded. Yeah, again it is trying 5th time. This could be the last time, I guess. Throws an error. Retrying execution of the event, attempt 5 of 5. Now, so it is trying for the last time now. Now also if we will get the error, it will send the error response back. If you didn't handle that error anyways. If you handle that error here something, it will throw that particular notification or a specific error response. Otherwise, Mule default error handler will take place. It will send you the error as it is. So let's wait at least a couple of minutes. This is the last time it will try. Let's see what will happen after 5 retries are exceeded. Still it is not sending any response. Okay, you can just check parallelly. You will understand how to use which scope and when to use which scope or what is the use of the scopes and all. And you can, yeah, it is trying, huh? Right. So let's click next. So attempt of 5 is also try. It is the last one. It is also done. It is sending response, error sending the one. Now if you click next, see it went out of the until successful scope. Now it will throw the error response. See, HTTP GET method. Now you will lose the message. At this time you will lose the input message. So that is why it is trying to send 5 times. It is trying to attempt the connectivity 5 times. If something happened If the application is up and running, then it will send the payload and it will process the message. But it's even though if it is not working, even for after five, even after 5 retries also, it is not up and running, it is not available. So then what it will do, it will see, it will send you the error like, see, until successful retries exhausted. This is the message. This is the error message you will get, and the error type you will get mule retry exhausted. So do you remember these points? Mule retries exhausted. This is the error you will get. But what is the actual error actual caused by is HTTP timeout, means this HTTP request URL is not working fine. It is down. So that is why. I think you understand the usage of this one, until successful, right? So this is the main thing I want to show you for until successful. If something is working fine, some API, I think I just wanted to change the URL and all, but it is still deploying. That's okay. The actual scenario we have discussed already. Okay, already we have discussed the actual usage of until successful. If you give this API, I mean, if this URL is working fine, then it will again not, it will not try for the retrace and all. It will continue executing the log and it will send the positive response in the successful case. Right, so this is the story about these three major scopes: for each, parallel, for each, and until successful. I hope this video is really helpful for you. So please do practice and learn more about it, practice more about it, and try to understand the other components of MuleSoft as well. Okay, thank you. Hello all, welcome to Clark Technologies, and we are very happy to announce that we are going to provide a free course for MuleSoft for all the freshers and beginners and who want to learn MuleSoft from scratch. This is entirely free course which we are going to release on day by day basis. So it will be a 30 days course. So it is very helpful for you to learn MuleSoft from scratch. And we have explained this course with the real-time project. We have built a real-time project also. In order to explain that, we have created a couple of files and project code as well. So if you want to get those files and projects, please email us with this subject line: request to share level 1 course files. Also, we have an important announcement that we are planning to release a MuleSoft advanced level 2 course very soon. So in this course we will be discussing most of the topics of MuleSoft, which will help you very well in order to complete level 2 certification, as well as to work on complex real-time projects as well. So I hope you will be enjoying that course as well. So if you want to know more details about advanced level course, please contact us via mobile or email. We will be sharing those details. So without further delay, let's get started. So till now in our previous videos, we have seen couple of scopes and couple of routers. But we need to cover few more things also related to the same thing. Let me cover this in this video. This could be a small video to cover up the missed things. Okay, so this is the scopes, routers project or routers configuration file which we have seen. This is first successful. Let me just rename it. We have already seen this first successful, right? Okay, right. So now let me create a new flow. Instead of first successful, let's see about this, what is that, round robin router. So let me add listener. Let me rename this flow as round robin. Okay, and in this listener we can use the same listener, but path could be, you can mention round robin. So what this round robin router will do, we have seen choice router and the first successful router. So what this will do means, it will segregate, or it will actually send the request. If we send first request, first route will execute. If you trigger it second time, second router will execute. If you trigger the endpoint third time, third router will execute. If you triggered for the fourth time, again first router will execute. Like that, it will send the requests or calling of that particular flow one by one. It will share the share the calls between these three routes, but it is in a round robin mechanism, like one by one, one by one, one by one. Let's see how it works. Okay. Now I just copied that logger. Round robin start logger, we can say, and here you can just drag and drop the round robin. Okay, see, by seeing this icon itself, you can at least understand, like round robin, one request, two request, third request. Again, it will loop. Again, it will loop for the further rows, so the same three rows one by one, one by one. And here also you can observe there is no default block, just like in like in choice router, we don't have any default block for this round robin. So for this, let me add set payloads, at least three routes. Okay, just like we did for first successful. Let's see how it will behave. This kind of round robin router requirement is also you will get very rarely. Okay, so I'm just adding it. So here route 1, and in the payload also you can just say route 1, route 2, route 3. Let's see, by executing this routes, you will understand how this will behave. End of round robin. Okay, let's save this. Let's put a debug point here. See, always if you want to learn any new connector, or if you want to learn any new functionality in MuleSoft, it's always suggestible to put some debug points and run it in debug mode, so that you will see how the execution is happening in the debugger itself. So it will be easy for you to understand. Instead of reading a couple of documents, instead of going through multiple videos, just try by yourself in this way. Okay, so I'm just running it in debug mode. Another one, it's already running, so I just closed the stopped the server for the previous run, and I'm just rerunning it. Okay, so I'm just checking, is there any other major things we have to cover and all. Okay, yeah, scatter gather we will see, and batch scope also we will see in our upcoming videos. We have covered almost all the major connectors. Right, yeah, we have seen almost all major connectors or major uses. Okay, fine. Yeah, let's go to the console. Yeah, it is deployed. What is this? Here it is round robin. That is the path, right? Let me just copy this path, and let's just simply trigger it without any payload, maybe. No payload required for this get method. Okay, so yeah, let me just click send. It is opening now. Yeah, see, in the round robin it went here. Let's go to this debugger. It will execute by the route 1. Done, first request. Okay, So you got response like route 1. Let me trigger it second time. See, second round is getting executed. So once your application is deployed, if you are going to send as many as requests, it will segregate that request among this. I mean, it will not segregate, it will just manage or route those requests for all these three routes one by one. See, route 2 is your response. Let me trigger it again. Third time, third route should execute. See, third route is executing. Let me send this for the fourth time. What will happen? Again, first router will execute. Right? See, first route will execute. Like this, if you want to avoid overload of one route to manage multiple requests and all, you can just use for this round robin router. It will execute all the requests, each and every request by each and every route, one by one, like that. Okay, this kind of requirement is also very rare, but it's better you should understand, or you should know how many scopes we have, how many routers we have in MuleSoft. It is very better for you, even in terms of interview point of view, or even for your practice purpose also. I hope this is helpful for you. Okay. Fine. Now, yeah. So yeah, even if you got this loggers and all as well. Okay, fine. So apart from this, we have to cover one more thing. Until successful, we have already seen. For retry, we have couple of connectors. See, for this HTTP request in the advanced, yeah, for this you have reconnection strategy. Okay, for few connectors, you will not find this reconnection strategy. That is why you need to go with until successful in some cases. But let's see what is reconnection strategy. I will try to explain this by using database insert just for trying. Okay, so see, few of the connectors, if say for database or Salesforce or any other system is down for some time, it will not able to connect and it will throw an error. Okay, to avoid that and to avoid the message loss, we can go for until successful. But what will happen in until successful is until successful will not segregate connection errors or data errors. Even for the data errors, it will try multiple times. It means, like, let's say for example, if you are not sending a query parameter, or if you are not sending required body parameter correctly, that is a kind of data error. The system is able to connect, there is no connectivity issue, username, password, and the third party URL, REST API URL, everything is working fine. It means connectivity issue is not there, but the data is not correct. So even in that case itself, until successful, keep on trying for retry. That is not a meaningful scenario, right? So in such cases, maybe you can just use for this reconnection strategy. Reconnection strategy for few connectors. For few connectors, reconnection strategy is not there. For those, obviously we need to use until successful. But for this database and for Salesforce, and for a few other connectors I didn't remember, you can just check. I will show you how to check that. You can just check what are the connectors having reconnection strategy and what are few connectors doesn't have the reconnection strategy. So even if for any connector you want to check reconnection feature is available or not, what you need to do, you need to just open the properties and go to advanced tab. So in this advanced tab, you will find um, a tab called the reconnection strategy. So here by default it is none. You can configure it for forever or standard. Forever is not the best practice, because forever means it will completely block one thread. It will keep on trying for reconnecting, trying to connect to that particular third party system, regardless of data error or anything. It will keep on trying. That is not suggestible way by MuleSoft, and that is not the correct practice also in general. So what we can do, we can use standard mechanism, standard reconnection strategy, and here you can try. You can configure reconnection attempts. How many times it should attempt. So in general, we will generally we will give 3 reconnection attempts. 3 reconnection attempts means it will try 4 times plus 1. If you remember the until successful, you will get this, because first time obviously it will try. Apart from that, the reconnection attempts 3 times is there na? So it will try another 3 times as well. And this is the frequency of milliseconds, like before it is trying for the second time or third time or fourth time, how much time it should wait to again send that reconnection, to trying to reconnect to that particular system. So this is how you can configure the reconnection attempts. So once you configured the standard reconnection strategy with the 3 attempts, it will try 3 times until that 3 times, fourth time, 4 times it will not send any error. If it is throwing error even for the fourth time, it will send the error response just like we see in until successful. Then yeah, then that would be then you should handle that in such cases, right? So this is about reconnection strategy. And retry mechanism is also there for, let me just try and we have not yet covered the Salesforce by this time. We will cover it next sessions. Yeah, reconnection strategy is there for Salesforce also. You can configure standard one. Okay, yeah, we will see Salesforce in detail in our next session. So this is what you can do for reconnection strategies and all. And you have validation modules also. So if you want to check the input payload, we have already seen one thing to generate the error is number or something like that. So validation module is also there in MuleSoft. We have lot many operations in validation like this. These are all the multiple operations of this validation module. You can use it as per your requirement. Like if you want to check the input payload is number, you can just drag and drop it. So if you want, what is it? 1 second. Yeah. So if you want to check the input payload is number, you can just use this is number validation operation. You can give the value here, which value it should check, a variable or payload. Maybe for example, vars dot age. Let's say for example, we have a variable called age. We have already stored somewhere in our flow. Now you want to check if that age value is coming as integer. So the number type you can mention here. You can mention the type here, integer. So if that if that age variable is coming as an integer type of data, if it receiving the integer type of data, it will send true. It will send true in the background. It means like it is success. Then the next components available, let me show you. So then the next components available after this validation module will work fine because it sent true here. If the input payload, like if the variable age is not coming as an integer, if it is coming as a text or float value or any other data type, it will send false. In that case, you will get exception. The components after this validation module will not get executed. Okay, it will send error here itself. So these validation modules are useful when you want to do some filter kind of mechanisms even in your flow itself, instead of processing everything and instead of throwing the error at the last of the end of the flow or in middle of the flow somewhere based on some situations, you can just use this validation module, the operations which are related to your particular requirement. Let's say if you want to check one mandatory field, is blank string you can use. Let's say if you have one field called what is that, email ID or maybe mobile number. We stored that mobile number in some mobile variable name. So let's say if you want to receive the mobile number mandatory for any registration. So is blank string. It means, or maybe just string, it is showing string. I just wanted to explain you some example. Or maybe instead of mobile, if you get confused, first name, maybe first name is string na. So first name is mandatory field, for example. So you want to receive first name value for sure. If you receive it is blank, you should not execute all the other components in your flow. So let's say if that is your requirement, you can use is blank string validation. So is blank string, I'm just checking where's dot first name. So if the Vavs date first name is blank string అయితే it means like దాంట్లో మీకు ఏ వాల్యూ రాకపోతే ఈ వేరియబుల్లో ఏ వాల్యూ మీకు రాకపోతే దట్ ఈస్ ఎ బ్లాంక్ స్ట్రింగ్. In that case it should throw error. If it is true, it should throw error option. You can say error message, you can write we have not received value for this first name field like that. If it is false means you received the value, so it will execute another components. So like that, based on your requirement you can select any of these operations. So in your practice purpose, please do practice all the validation operations by reading the name itself. It is easy for you to understand. By is empty collection, is if it is false, it is not blank string, something. So just practice all these validation operations in your POC or in your practice. This is really helpful for you if you have if you get any kind of these requirements in your projects. So this module is very helpful for you. Okay, so that's it. These are the few things I missed in previous videos. So I think this video would be little small, but it is very useful for you. Okay, so please do practice. Let's meet in another video. Thank you. Hello all, welcome to Clark Technologies, and we are very happy to announce that we are going to provide a free course for MuleSoft for all the freshers and beginners and who want to learn MuleSoft from scratch. This is entirely free course which we are going to release on day by day basis. So it will be a 30 days course, so it is very helpful for you to learn MuleSoft from scratch. And we have explained this course with the real-time project. We have built a real-time project also. In order to explain that, we have created a couple of files and project code as well. So if you want to get those files and projects, please email us with this subject line, request to share level 1 course file. Also, we have an important announcement that we are planning to release a MuleSoft advanced level 2 course very soon. So in this course we will be discussing most of the topics of MuleSoft, which will help you very well in order to complete level 2 certification as well as to work on complex real-time projects as well. So I hope you will be enjoying that course as well. So if you want to know more details about advanced level course, please contact us via mobile or email. We will be sharing those details. So without further delay, let's get started. Hi. So in this video, we will see how to consume a SOAP service. Okay. So SOAP service means it's a kind of web service, SOAP web service. So just like REST, SOAP is another kind of web service. But in SOAP, we will use WSDL, is the WSDL. WSDL is the contract, in just like for REST API, as we are using RAML as the markup language, WSDL is the language which is used to specific for SOAP services. So a normal WSDL or a SOAP web service will looks like this. You will get this WSDL URL. I took this from Google only, just it's a public web service. This is nothing but a country info service. So you can see the name as country info service. In your real time also you will get this kind of WSDL, and you need to understand what are the operations are there in this SOAP web services. In RAML we have seen the resources, right? So just like that in SOAP, this is called operations. Let me just show you that. Means see currency name, this is one operation. List of countries by code. Whenever you send country code, it will give you the list of countries, sorry, list of currencies by code. Okay, list of countries, sorry, continents by code, list of continents by name, list of currencies by name, currency name. Like this, you have multiple operations in this SOAP service. Just like we have slash libraries, slash books, get libraries, post a new book, create new book. Those are called resources in our RAML, in our REST service, right? So in SOAP terminology, it is called operations. So you need to just understand this difference. Then if you want to consume this SOAP service, let's say for example in your real time, you will have in your real time projects, sometimes you have a requirement like you need to call one web service, call one SOAP service and get the data from that SOAP service, and you need to transform that data or you need to insert this data into some database or Salesforce or any other file, something like that. So if you have a requirement, if your source system or target system is soap service, if in case if your source is a soap service, then you need to consume it and you need to get the data and you need to send to the another target system. If your target system is soap service, then you need to use the create method or another post method kind of stuff in soap, then you need to send the data to the soap service, just like that. So based on, usually we will have a requirements for soap in MuleSoft is to consume the soap service. It means we need to call that soap service, we need to get the data from it. Okay, so let's play around with this web service. Okay, this is the WSDL na. So to consume any soap service in MuleSoft, we have a component called web service consumer. I'll show you. So I'll create a new configuration files. So I'll just name it as, so I'm creating everything in the same project, so that's why it's easy for me to share you at the end of this course, just for your reference, right? So that's why I just created everything in the same project with different configuration files. So soap service. So yeah, to consume any service, any soap service, you have a component called web service consumer. So you can just drag and drop this web service consumer. This is also will be placed in terms of processes. This is not a source because we are going to consume it. So your source is again HTTP listener in this case. Okay, so we can use the same listener and maybe path you can give like soap test. So to consume this particular soap service which we have seen now, the country info service, what we need to configure, I mean how we need to configure is like, first you need to configure the global connector in it anyways. Okay, so let's give the WSDL location. It means WSDL URL. You will get this URL in your real-time project also. You will get this URL from your client or from your business analyst, like that. So it is resolving the metadata. Within few minutes, maybe you can see the service also here. Let's wait. This is pulling the data. So you just paste that URL. Then once this metadata is generated, I mean this resolving metadata is there now. Once this process is completed, it will show you. I should show you. See now, once you close it and open it, it will show you the service name, which is country info. We didn't add anything. Okay, so now you can see. It should show you this port number as well. Yeah, see now it is showing, right? So I just refreshed it, now it is showing, right? So I can select the 11th one. I mean, if the nothing is there, it is soap 11. If it is soap 12, there is only two versions, 11 and 12. You can select anything. Yes, this is the testing only, right? So in your real time, you will get the requirement. I mean, you will get the details like which service you need to consume, soap 11 or soap 12 version, something. So once you select this port, address is automatically populated. So this is how you can just configure this global connector of web service consumer. So now let's go to the message flow. Let's save this. Now it will show you the operations, list of operations available in this web service. It should show but it is taking some time to sync, right? So you actually it should show this operation names, list of currencies by name, all these operations, so we can see there. And this is country info service soap type. Yeah, that's what we selected. See, now it is showing all the operations once you click this arrow, right? It is taking some time to sync, so don't worry. I'll just wait for some time and try to I mean get this. Okay, so country name, maybe let's select this operation. So once you select this operation, it will not throw any error, but you need to know what is the input payload we need to pass for this country name operation. So to do that, you need to drag and drop one data view before this web service consumer. It will show you what input required for this consume. See here, this side output section of this data view, it will tell you what is the input we need to send for this soap service. Okay, so here here it will show you output. This output means data view output, but this is actually input for this next connector, right? Request a payload for the next connector. So here what is that this, let's just double click on this. See here, once you double click on this, automatically data view is changed to application/xml and the input name, input parameter it required. Just like in our RAML, in our REST API, we need the query parameter or URI parameter to process the data, right? So to utilize this country name operation, to get the country name, you need to pass input as a country ISO code. Okay, so how do you know what is the country ISO code? That maybe we can Google it, but so now what we have selected, which operation, we can see country name, right? Here, country name. See this operation we have selected now. This one. So for this input is this and output is the response, but the actual input parameter which we need to send, you can see here. And let's see. See here, the input soap body is literal, output is also literal, means it's just a string or where anything it will accept. So the thing is, we need to pass this country ISO code. So how you need to know country ISO code? Maybe you can just Google it. Country ISO code, examples or something like that. Okay, let's see. See country ISO codes. Number code. So maybe we can use this as an input. See ISO code 6. It's an integer, so maybe Algeria. Let's test this. 012. If you pass 012, it should show you the name like Algeria as a response. 012, right? But that's also maybe we can send it through our query parameter. So attributes dot query params dot code. So what I meant is, instead of writing the value here statically, let's send this query the input requirement input value through our query parameter. Zero one two, like this. So once you send this, it should send you the response, something like that. Let me just cross check the path. Soap test. Yeah, soap test and code is 012. That 012 will be automatically mapped to this query parameter of this ISO code, and it will throw you the, it will send you the response. So let me just add one more data view. So here this time we will see country name response. This is the response you will get. So let's add it. Let's convert this to JSON and let's print only the payload as of now. Okay, let's see how it will behave. So let's put this debug point here, and let's run this in debug mode. Let's see what is the response you will get. It's already running, so it will throw error. I will just stop the existing previous run. Okay, now I'll run it. Let's see, and I think these are all the ISO codes. Let's test maybe. Meanwhile, ISO code 012. Let's see if this work or not. Yeah, it is deployed. Let's try with this 012. What is the country? 012 Algeria or something. You should get that response, right? Okay, let's yeah. So see here, yeah, we didn't save it in variable, right? Yeah. It went through, right? So see the response. Not found. Country not found in the database. Okay, so that is not the code in that case. So country not found in the database. That is not the code. Maybe we need to send the correct input. Let's send this digit. That's why I have mapped it dynamically instead of doing code changes every time. Right, let's send this. Let's see what will happen. Algeria. You got it response, right? So yeah, so the sending so this is the ISO 3. These codes you need to send. Country code. So this is some other code. Maybe that's why it is not accepting. It is showing like that is not there in database. So let's test with any other country code. Maybe Canada. So this time you should get Canada as the output. So it got triggered. Our web service is called, and once we click this, yeah, country name is Canada, like this. So like this, you have to send the input dynamically like this to this SOAP service. For this particular operation, it is having only one input parameter. But for few services, it may require two or more input parameter. In such cases also, you need to just double click here. Here in this data view, the output section, it will show you the all the required parameters. You can just double click here, it will automatically add the data view code for you. Only thing, we need to map the values with dynamic of mules by using MuleSoft data view syntax. You can map this using dynamically. So this output section of this particular data view will turn as a input or request parameters or request payload to this particular SOAP service. And output of this particular component, this SOAP service, is input to the or payload to this transform data view. That is why the SOAP service response is treated as a payload here. Once we transformed it to JSON, you get the JSON response like this. So just play around with this web service or any other web service if you have seen. I'll just make a note of this. I'll send you this Vistel URL also in our description. Okay, let's try. You can also try this and play around with this. This will help you to understand how to consume the SOAP service. Okay. Okay, so now let's see another topic which is also very useful in most of the projects, which is nothing but scheduler flows. So as of now, we have seen like we have used only HTTP connector to trigger the flow manually, right? So we have configured the HTTP listener, we have configured the path, port, host and everything. Then to trigger this flow or to call this flow, what we have done so far, we have used Postman and we have framed this URL and we just click send. Then our flow will trigger and it will process the other processors in the flow one by one by getting that message, input message, right? So this is one way of triggering flows by using HTTP listener as the source. So instead of HTTP listener, we have another source component we can use in some scenarios, which will trigger the flows automatically. You can schedule the time, like for example, in our YouTube channel also, we can do the videos and we can upload the videos and we can schedule it. Let's say for example tomorrow at 10 a.m. if I would like to publish any video, I can upload today and I can just schedule for that particular time. So when tomorrow at 10 a.m. that will automatically publish in my channel. I'm not going to publish right now. I will just schedule it. It will publish automatically without my any manual intervention. It will publish that video directly by that specific time. So just like that, you can schedule your flow when to run automatically instead of running it manually by using this HTTP endpoint and all. Okay, so you will find this kind of scenarios sometimes, like you need to create a batch jobs or scheduled jobs. Like for example, if you have a Salesforce data and if you would like to sync that data with any another ERP system or any other thing, any new order is created here, so the new order details need to be synced somewhere in other systems. So if you have any kind of requirements like that, so daily at one specific time or weekly at one specific time, every Monday or every day at 8 a.m. your flow should trigger. It will take the updated records from the Salesforce or created orders from the Salesforce. It will update those orders in the other target system, maybe another ERP system or databases. And this is one kind of scenario you will get. Another scenario is if you have any errors. I mean, if you have any error payload in the input payload, if you would like to, I mean, we have seen that ActiveMQ, there is a concept called dead letter queue, right? So any error occurred, the message will go to the dead letter queue. Then when that errored message will get reprocessed again. So in that scenarios also we can do a scheduler flow. That scheduler flow will call that DLQ. It will try to reprocess the errored messages, maybe weekly, daily once at specific time, something like that. So you will have multiple scenarios. These two are the some major scenarios we will have on regular basis. So yeah, without further delay, maybe we can just see how can we do that scheduler flows. Okay, so I'm just creating new configuration file here. Scheduler flows.xml. Because at the end of this all these videos I will share this project also by zip this with separate folder or somehow, so this folder will be helpful to you to use it as a reference. So that is why I'm creating all the configuration files individually in the same project. Maybe I can rename this later. Okay, so to call your flow automatically you have a scheduler. See, this is the scheduler. You can just drag and drop the schedulers. You can use it as a flow source. Okay. You can make it name scheduler flow. See how to configure this scheduler. Once you double click on this scheduler, you will see there will be no global connector configuration, something like that. You can directly configure here. You have two options. Okay. Let's see this configuration later. Let's discuss the scenario. Like so every day maybe I will just add some payload. Also I will have one logger to print the payload. Okay, in this payload here let's configure like scheduler flow started. um, Maybe I'll just add now the time. It will show you the time also, right? So let's print the time also along with the payload. So yeah, so now my requirement is to trigger my flow for every 2 minutes. So as of now we have seen how to configure this. I mean, we just add payload and logger. So my requirement is to trigger my flow for every 2 minutes, right? So to achieve this or to configure this, we have two options. I'll show you. Scheduler flow started and now okay, fine. Yeah, so let's configure this scheduler. So here you have two options actually. One is the fixed frequency and another one is the cron expression, right? So to configure the fixed frequency, usually we will follow the, I mean, best practices. As per the best practices we need to configure with cron expression only, but I would like to know, I mean, you should understand what is fixed frequency also. So here in this fixed frequency you can directly mention the number which you have you want and the units here in the time unit. So for 2 minutes you need to mention 2 in the frequency and time unit is minutes. And then start delay means by default it is 0. So once it is triggered, I mean once your application is deployed it will automatically trigger for the first time without any further delay. So you, if you want, you can just mention some milliseconds also here. Otherwise you can just leave it as it is. Yeah, so this is how you can, I mean, use this fixed frequency option for frequency and minutes, but usually we will use this cron expression. So I'll show you how you can configure the cron expression. So you need to select the cron. Once you select the cron, you will observe the properties difference here. Earlier it is frequency and some other like time units and all, but now it is only one mandatory field which is expression. Once you place that cursor here, it will show you cron expression. So you need to specify the cron expression here for every 2 minutes. But how do we know how we can specify the cron expressions? We don't know how to do that. I mean, how to write it manually without any help, like, right? So to generate these cron expressions, we have an online tool called Cron Maker. Cron Maker. You can just Google it also. It's a cron maker. So by using this online tool, we can generate the expression whatever you want. Like it has multiple options like minutes, hours, daily, weekly, monthly, yearly, like that. So you can just say like how many hours or daily, every day or every weekday or every day. Like in weekly also you can select every Tuesday, Saturday or every Wednesday, Sunday, or maybe only 2 days at what time, something like that. So based on your requirement, you can select the options here. So maybe for example, to every Tuesday, every Wednesday at 2 p.m. if my flow should trigger something like that, you can just select the Tuesday, Wednesday, and you can select the time here like 2 p.m. Like that. You need to select the options as per your requirement, and yearly also something. Okay. So once you have selected these options as per your requirement, you need to click on generate button. It will generate the cron expression for you. So for our requirement, by default in minutes tab it is 1 minute, but for our requirement it should trigger every 2 minutes, right? So I just selected 2 and click on generate. So once you click on generate, it will show you cron format here, the result tab. So this is the actual cron expression. Did you this expression you no need to remember, you can just copy paste here in the expression tab. But do remember, you need to pass every variable value through the properties files only by externalizing every property. You should not use hard coded values here. Just for our practice purpose and just to demonstrate, I'll just use the direct value here. But please do remember that point every time. If you would like to configure any connector, just remember that point. You need to give the properties through property files, and you need to read it with that syntax only. Okay, so I just copy paste that cron expression here as it is, which is generated by this online tool. Right, so for every 2 minutes it will trigger, right? Okay, yeah, fine. So yeah, by default it is automatic. It is running in the background, it seems. Let me save this. So in the page, yeah, let me. Oh, it is automatically triggered because it was running in the background. It seems so. Yeah, you can ignore this. Just stop this. You can just clear the console, and maybe we can just deploy this application again. Okay, so yeah, fine. And it is showing some warning. Uh, why it is showing warning? It is related to now, but yeah, it is expecting some format, but as of now, I think, yeah, as of now we have not added any format. We just added now. That's fine. Maybe this is warning now, so you can just ignore it. Just run it once. Usually we didn't use directly now. We can just mention the format also. We can do it later. Or if you have already watched our data view videos, there we have mentioned everything about this time related data view. You can use that as well. Okay, so I'm just applying it. So it got deployed. Let's go to console. Yeah, so yeah, by default it should trigger for the first time, but yeah, let's wait. Now it is 12:55, sorry, 21:55. By the time I am recording, it's 9:55 p.m. Okay, so let's wait for the first log message when it will come. And please do remember, this is one kind of triggering flows automatically without using manual HTTP URL and postman and all. So please do practice all these things with the multiple options. Just play around with the scheduler with the different cron expressions and different fixed frequency configurations. This will help you to understand little more better. Okay, so for all the topics also you need to spend more time and you need to explore more apart from this course. The whatever we have discussed in this course, definitely you should. Yeah, it got triggered. Let's see this. See, now the time is flow started, and now yeah, it is showing the entire time, but you can just highlight the time like 21:56. So 9:56 my flow is triggered automatically. I didn't trigger it using postman or something. Excuse me. So it got triggered at 12:56. So as per our configuration, it will trigger again for, sorry, not 12:56, 21:56. So as per our configuration, it should trigger again for 21:58. So let's wait for the 2 minutes. So that is why for practicing purposes, we can just use very less time, 1 minute or so. But in your real time, you will have some fixed time, like every day 6 p.m. or every day morning 11 a.m. something like that. So accordingly, you need to generate the cron expression. You need to just configure your scheduler. So let's wait this to be triggered again. Yeah, again it got triggered automatically, right? So now if you can see, the time is 21:58. Earlier it is 21:56. So there is 2 minutes gap between these two loggers. It means it is triggering for every 2 minutes, right? Yeah. So yeah, I hope this video is useful for you to understand how to configure scheduler and all. Let's meet in another video with another topic. Thank you. Hello all, welcome to Clap Technologies, and we are very happy to announce that we are going to provide a free course for MuleSoft for all the freshers and beginners and who want to learn MuleSoft from scratch. This is entirely free course which we are going to release on day by day basis. So it will be a 30 days course. So it is very helpful for you to learn MuleSoft from scratch. And we have explained this course with the real-time project. We have built a real-time project also. In order to explain that, we have created a couple of files and project code as well. So if you want to get those files and projects, please email us with this subject line, request to share level 1 course files. Also, we have an important announcement that we are planning to release a MuleSoft advanced level 2 course very soon. So in this course, we will be discussing most of the topics of MuleSoft, which will help you very well in order to complete level 2 certification as well as to work on complex real-time projects as well. So I hope you will be enjoying that course as well. So if you want to know more details about advanced level course, please contact us via mobile or email. We will be sharing those details. So without further delay, let's get started. Hello all. Welcome to another video of our 45 days course. Okay, right. So in this video, we will see how we can work with file connector. So we have seen a lot of other things in our previous videos. So as I said, I will create a new configuration file even in this project for file also. But as of now, I just commented this scheduler. you can just go here and go to XML. You will find this. We can just uncomment this. You can just select this line number 7 to 11 and go to source, remove block comment. If you want to use this scheduler, you can do this. This scheduler will come. Why I have commented it, right? When I have implemented, when I have implemented or demonstrated other functionalities, even in that case I deploy the same application locally, it will automatically trigger as I have a scheduler, right? So that is why, to avoid that, and I didn't change the time cron expression also. This is just for your reference now, that's why I didn't change. Otherwise I can say like yearly once or monthly once, it won't trigger. But I don't want to change this could be a reference for you, right? So that's why what I have done, I have just right clicked on it and go to XML. This is the complete scheduler code, like from scheduler start tag and end tag, right? From this line number 7 to 11, what I will do, I will select this and I'll go to source and add a block comment and save it. This code is available for you in the configuration XML, but it won't be visible here. What you can do, once you get this code, you can go to configuration XML, select this line number of code and go to source and remove block comment. It will remove. You can use it. Okay, this is just a note, right? So let me just close all the other files. Yeah, in today's video we will see about file connector. Okay, so we have a file in some situations or in some projects, we will be having a file based integrations. Like we need to pick up one file from one particular location, like Excel file, PDF file, JPG file, whatever the file extension it could be. So we need to get the file from one location, and we need to do some transformations or modifications, or fetch only few data from that file or something related to it. It depends on your requirement. Then we need to move that file data to we can insert it into database, or we need to send that file from one location to another location as it is without any transformations. Like that, we have to work on couple of file operations in our day-to-day projects. But okay, I'll tell you what are the different type of file connectors available. Let me just right click, create a new configuration file, file integrations, demo.xml, right? Okay, so I just created one more thing, one more configuration file. So here, if we can select for file, see, this is the file file connector. For file connector, you have many operations. See, once you select file, you have copy, create directory, delete, list, move. These are all the multiple operations. But apart from this file connector, you have FTP and SFTP. FTP connector is there, SFTP connector is also there. In our practice purpose, in our like training purpose or practice purpose, we will be using file connector, because the file connector is useful for us to play around with the files from our computer, in our laptop, from one folder to another folder, or from one folder to another folder, one drive to another drive, something like that. So we can play multiple files within our computer if it is a file connector. It is local to your particular personal laptop or personal computer. But in real-time projects, we will not going to use the file connector. In real-time projects, it will be like FTP or SFTP. This is all the remote file locations. FTP means file transfer protocol. SFTP means secured file transfer protocol. And even in these two also, we are going to use SFTP only in our real-time projects. Let's select for SFTP. So all the same operations will be available. Whatever the operations available for file, almost same operations will be available for SFTP. Copy, create, delete, list, move, read, rename, write, and all. And even FTP also, there will be same operations. So the difference is, to configure that particular connector, we can see some differences, right? So I will explain you the file connector operations in this course. for our video, because we will not have the remote file location or SFTP or FTP for our practice purpose. Those are all the Linux based machines. So in general, Linux based machines, we have a secured protocol transfer between different Linux based machines in the real-time servers and all. So I'll tell you how we can use this file connector operations in this video. You can use the same way for even SFTP or FTP in your real-time projects. And as I said, SFTP is the one majorly we can use because it is a secured one. So you have to practice the file locally. Then you can apply the same logic over there in the SFTP in your real-time projects. But only slight change between this global connector configuration is there between this file and SFTP. We will see that. So to use any file connector, maybe let's say my requirement is to read a file from one folder. Let's say in D drive, I will create one folder. I can say file operation, and inside this, let me add any file, something. One. This colors JSON file is there. Now I'll just remove this. This is for a previous example. Okay, I'll save this file in that particular file now folder which I have created. Colors.json. I can just name it as. Okay. Fine. So my requirement is I have a file called JSON file available in this file operation folder. I want to read this file. I want to pick this file from this folder by using MuleSoft, and then I want to move this file or copy this file to some other folder using MuleSoft code. Okay. So for that folder, I can say file write. Okay, let's say we have a two folders called file operations and file operation and file write. I want to pick the file from this file operation, and I would like to send that file to another location called file write folder. So let's say that is my requirement for now. So to configure that, what we need to do, so we need to first understand which operation you need to use first. And before that, you need to first have this HTTP listener to trigger the flow. And we have file specific listener also to trigger the flow. I'll tell you. So on new or updated file, this is also you can use it as a source. See, once you drag and drop on new or updated file as a source, it will be coming into the source of your MuleSoft flow. We may not be used this listener in some cases. What is the use of this on new updated file means you configure the directory here. Whenever a new file is added in this particular directory, it means in this particular folder, whenever a new file is added here, the flow will automatically trigger just like the scheduler. The flow is automatically triggered, and it will read the file from that particular location, directory location, and it will do whatever we configure next in the processes. Okay, so to trigger the file based operations, you have a source connector, source operation called on new or updated file. This is also a kind of interview question for you based on file related integrations. So yeah, on new or updated file, what it will do, it will automatically trigger your flow by checking that directory which you have configured here. If any new file or updated file is added to that particular folder, it will automatically trigger your flow and pick the files and process it. Right. So before that, let me just delete this. Let's see the normal file read operations to avoid some confusion. Right. So to do that, we can use the HTTP listener only as a source to trigger our flow. I'll just renaming the flow name. Okay. So file read. So I can use the same listener config, but path could be file read, I can say all small letters. Okay, fine. So to read a file first, what you need to use, read operations of file connector. So once you select file, it will show you all the operations. So first thing what we need to do in our current requirement, we need to read the file, get the file from one location and write that file to some other location. So first requirement is read. So I need to read the file. So I drag and drop the read here. So how this could be, I mean, how we can configure this. So let's click on this global configuration. To be frank, nothing is there. You can just click and OK, that's it. And you need to mention the file path here. This is the main configuration. To read the file, you need to mention from which folder and which file we need to read. Okay. To do that, you can browse it from here, because as this is the local file connector, you can select like this. I mean, by browsing this. Otherwise, you should remember that file path. I mean, in SFTP connector, we will remember that file path. We will get the actual file path from your SFTP team. Then you can add that path manually. Okay, right. So let's see how we can configure the same in case of SFTP. We will not be configured right now, but I'll just show you the difference. That's it. So in SFTP also you have read. See, in your real-time projects, you will use SFTP read. In your practice purpose, you will use file read. That you need to remember. And see, for SFTP, you have a global configuration. So here you need to configure the SFTP details. Like it is a kind of server. It might be like a Linux machine or a server. So you need to provide the host, port, username, password, all these details in order to connect to that SFTP. Apart from that, there is nothing changed. See, even in file path, you can just add that path here manually. That's it. Only global configuration will change. For file connector, you don't need to do anything. For SFTP connector, you need to configure your global connector by providing the SFTP server host, port, username, password, and other details if required. So only that configuration will differ. Operations and functionality wise, it will be same, right? So I have read this file. I mean, I have configured the read connector to read the file from that particular path. Now my next task would be to write the file. It means to send that file to some other location, right? So in that case, you can select where it should write the file. So file write folder you can select, and yeah, maybe file name, no problem. You can just select the folder name. I mean, you can just give the folder path. That would be fine. I'm just copying the folder path. Okay, that would be fine. Yeah, let's see. There is nothing file name. Yeah, okay, fine. So let me add a couple of loggers here and there to understand after reading, after writing. So maybe file read successfully. File write successfully, I can say. Okay. So let me just save this and let's run this in normal mode. So once you run this, you need to trigger the tool. Trigger this flow by using file read get method. So then what will happen? It should read the file from this particular operation folder. I mean, this colors.json should be copied to or write to this file write folder. So meanwhile, let's frame this Postman collection. Everything is same, only the file path will change. File read, I can say, yeah. Let's wait this to be deployed. So once it is deployed, maybe we can test it. Yeah, it is deployed. So let's run this. Access was denied by the operating system. Okay, this folder is in open. So let's test this now. Access is denied by operating system. But why? Should not. Access denied. This is such a weird error I have seen. Maybe let's try for C drive. D drive is maybe it is expecting access. Let me create new folder here. File read. Um, Let me put this file in the C drive file read. The D drive, let me create one folder called file write. Okay, so this is file hyphen write. Let me just copy this, and this is the write operation. You can change here, and the read path is file read, right? So let me copy this and configure here. I just changed the drive from D to C. Maybe D it is asking for some admin kind of stuff and all. So let's check. Let's check now once it is deployed. Maybe let's stop and deploy again. Let's test now. And same. So something it is changed. For our local laptop, it should not be in this case like permissions issues and all denied by the operating system. Something maybe we need to check it from operating system settings or something. But this is how you need to use. It is read, but write to write the file, it is throwing error. Alright, so let me print the payload here. We'll read successfully and let's try to print the payload. You will get how to read it. Maybe to write the file to some other location, it is throwing error. Or let me try with the file name also. Color dot. I have just added file name also along with the folder path. It is automatically getting deployed. Let's see how it goes now. It is deployed now. Now it throws the, it will send the response even and it should display the response here also. Yeah, the mistake here I have done is we need to mention the file name also. I missed that, so that is the thing. Okay, so maybe it will work in D drive also in this case. So you need to mention the file name, which file name. You can change the file name also, but in general we will give the file name dynamically by appending some time or by appending some any value or something like that. So there is no rule like you should give the same file name from here and there. See, here it is colors.json, here it is color.json I have given. Okay, so you can give any file name, but while configuring this write connector, the right folder along with the folder name, you need to give the file name also. Just remember this. I missed this initially, so that is why it's not working. So now let's go to that folder and see if the file is getting created or not. Obviously it should create. Okay, right, and the C drive file, right, it got created. So just like this you can use file read and write operations, and it has lot of operations also. File copy, it will copy from one location to another location. It will not delete the file from the read location. Let's see if the file is available here. Yeah, it is available here in the read location. Okay, if you want to just copy it from one folder to another folder, you can use this. And a list means how many files are available in the particular file directory which you have mentioned. Let's say for example in the file read, let's say I have 2 or 3 files here. If you check for this list operation, it will give you all the list of file names in a JSON format. Okay, and move means copy, means it will copy from one file from C drive to D drive something, but the file exists in both drives, source and destination. But move means it will move the file from the source to destination. From source it will delete, just like we did, in our phone, in our mobile also we will do some kind of copy, move and all operations, right? So just like that. And on new updated file, as I said earlier, whenever a new file is added, it will automatically trigger and it will complete the flow execution. Rename, the name itself, it shows we can rename the file, and write we have already seen. So these are all the major operations in file connector. So the same operations will be there in the SFTP and FTP connectors also, but in SFTP unit, SFTP connector we are going to use in our real-time projects. So you can just practice this file connectors with all the operations. This will be helpful for you to work with SFTP in future. Maybe let's see this on new one also once. So we can give the same, or yeah, now this time we will see this file operation. Alright, this folder we can give D drive file operation. Okay, so then it should write, once the new file is added, it should write the file to the D drive file, right? Maybe this time. Here maybe we can give some, no need usually. Yeah, let's copy that path and let's give any name manually once. Even in this case also we need to provide the file name dcolors.json, just to our understanding, D drive. Okay, so now to be frank, no file is available. There is no file in D drive file operation folder. Oh, it is there now. Let me just remove this. Okay, I'll just remove this. In the file operation there is no files. Okay, let me stop this. So now we are not going to trigger this Postman. By using Postman, we are not going to trigger this flow. So now if you deploy this application, what will happen if we have added any file here in this file operation, your flow will automatically trigger and write the file to the destination. Let me add one logger. New file flow started something. Okay, so let's have this logger only as of now. Okay, let's deploy this application. Once this is deployed, then I will place a file into that source folder. Yeah, sorry. So yeah, I didn't trigger this flow. All right. So uh, let me copy the file. This is from C drive. I just copy the file, and I'll copy the file here. Let me just minimize this, and I'll show you two windows parallelly. Okay. So now what I am going to do, in the D drive file operations, I will place the file. Sorry. Just this. See here I placed the file. Immediately when I placed the file, it is triggered. Our flow is triggered. Right, and it is showing log basis multiple times. On new flow is started, on new flow is started. It will write the file to this D colors JSON file write D drive. Don't worry, the file will be write only one time, but it will automatically triggered continuously. So to avoid this, you can do some settings. See frequency this time. Now we can say like maybe after every 2 minutes or every 2 minutes it will check this source folder. If any new file or updated file is there, it will pick and it will process the file. Like that we can configure. As of now it is 1000 milliseconds now, that is why it is doing like I mean it is checking for every 10 milliseconds or 1 millisecond. Now we have changed it. So once you deploy this, it will take for every 2 minutes. Every 2 minutes it will check for that particular file location. If any new file or update the file is there, it will process. Right. So yeah, now it is deployed. See, now it will not run in that way. We have just changed this to 2 minutes now. In the file connector, if you can come down, you will see the frequency here, just like the scheduler we have seen. Okay, in the scheduler also we have fixed frequency operation, and even here also you can give cron expression at what time, daily what time, or any specific time it should check for the file or new file or updated file in the source location, and it should pick the file and write to some other location. Like that, based on your requirement, you can configure this on new or updated file also using fixed frequency as well as cron expression. This topic we have already discussed in our scheduler flows. So I hope this is helpful to you. Right, yeah, it is throwing error because I changed this to cron, but I didn't give the any cron expression. So let me just leave it fixed frequency as it is, and I'll just give 2 minutes. You can just play around with the different options. I hope you understand how to work with file operations, right? So yeah, that's it for this video. In our next video we will see another topic of our course. Thank you. Please do practice. Hello all. So we have seen couple of routers, scopes and all in previous videos. So in this video we will discuss about scatter gather, okay, which is one of the most important router, and which is very useful if in case like if you have any requirement like to process any requirement in parallel. And another name for the scatter gather is multicasting. Okay, just 1 minute. Another name of this scatter gather is parallel processing or multicasting. Sometimes it is called with the different names. Okay, so what is the use of this scatter gather means if you would like to process multiple logics or multiple flows parallelly instead of doing sequentially one by one, if you want to cascade same input data to multiple routes. Say for example, in our hospital, if you can say hospital as an example, so once we registered as a patient in our reception, our same patient data like our mobile number, our name, our age, our weight, height, all this basic information will be sent to the lab. It will be sent to the doctor room, and the same data is sending to that maybe if in case of operations or something there, and the same data will be sent to pharmacy of that particular hospital and all. So if you would like to send same data parallelly, not one by one, parallelly, like at a time if you would like to send same data parallelly for multiple routes or multiple flows or multiple endpoints, you can use scatter gather. Okay, let me create one more configuration file. scatter gather demo .xml. Okay, so now maybe I'll just use one HTTP listener as usual, and connector you can use the same thing, and path scatter, just for our understanding. Okay, all right. Or else let me take this as a post request. So go to advanced, because we will send some payload from Postman. Okay, then the same data you can send it to multiple routes. Okay, so I'm just opening Postman for the safe side. So this is the Postman. I'm just framing the request because we have not yet implemented, but I just wanted to show you something. So that's it. So it is a scatter, and port is 8089, right? Yeah. Right. So now http ://localhost 8089 slash scatter. This is your flow. So this is the post request. We will send some body, post body also in form of JSON. Maybe can we use the same like that colors example which we have seen earlier. Where it is. I've captured this somewhere. That's okay. We can take any JSON example, Google, I mean from Google. Yeah, okay. Again, I took the colors from here only. Okay, fine. But this should require that quotations and all, right? So let me just add the quotations to make this JSON format. And value also in double quotation. Right now it is a perfect JSON. So once we send the JSON here from this Postman request in the Postman body, our requirement is to cascade this, like, I mean, we need to send the same data to multiple routes. So first let's add the logo. Okay, let me add the scatter gather. SE. You can search it for, it's a core component, so you no need to add any module. So let's drag and drop the scatter gather. See here, this is also one of kind of router, but here also you don't see the default block. Only for choice router you will find the default block. If something is not condition is satisfied, that will execute the default block. But in scatter gather or any other routers, you will not see anything. So let's add couple of loggers to make multiple routes. So once you have this black line, just drag here. So I have added 2 routes, 3 routes. So what I can do, I'll just print the payload first. Okay, so let's see what how the payload is cascading, something like that. Okay, so router 1 payload. Sorry, it's not router, route 1. That will be very route 2 payload. So here also you can change it to route 1, and in the third router it's route 3 payload. So the same payload we are sending here with for multiple routes, and now we will see how these multiple routes will execute in the debug mode. After this scatter gather, I'll add one more logger here. Sorry, where it has gone. It has added one more route, so let me just take it out. So before scatter gather, after scatter gather, I have added one logger, and we have 3 routes. And even in 3 routes also we have only 3 what is this loggers here. But let's add some payload, set payload for each and every route to understand the difference, how the result payload will looks like. So after this here, after the scatter gather, also I would like to print the payload, but this time it will be a response. Now this time I will print payload. So here when I print payload, what happened? Okay. So here once I print the payload, it will be combined of this all these 3 routes, and here it will print the payload by resulting, gather means aggregating all the response. So what I can do here in the route 1, instead of the normal payload, let me add some different payloads for each and every route. Okay, so let me take another JSON examples. I would like to see simple JSON so that it will be easy for you to understand. Okay, yeah, let me take this. This is one JSON, right? So this is the payload for the route 1. Okay, and for the route 2, maybe let's take maybe this part. This is route 2 payload. And for route 3, we can paste the same, and maybe I can just change it. Route 3 ID is 333 and it is 23. Something like this. Okay, so now what happened, I have just sent one payload to scatter gather. After each and every payload, after in each and every router, I have this input payload, and then I have changed the payload to some other thing. Then after the scatter gather, I have printed the payload. Now let's see what will be available after the end of the scatter gather, right? So it's always if you want to learn any new thing, it's always better to run in debug mode. That is my always suggestion, always I would like to suggest the same thing. Okay, so run this in debug mode, debug as mule application. So once this is deployed, then maybe we can test, we can trigger it, and we can see how it goes. Okay. Let me pause the video until unless it is deployed. Once it is deployed, then I'll resume it. Yeah, so it got deployed in debug mode. Now let's run and see how it works. You can ignore these logger messages because we have, I mean, this is related to on new file flow started something. We have another flow also, right? We have discussed that file connector and all. So this logger is related to that. Maybe you can ignore this. I'll just clear it. Okay. So let me run this scatter. Hmm? Refused. Okay, it is not coming here. Okay, let me see what happens. Scatter. What is the port? 8089. Then why it is not accepting? Sorry, I have given wrong port. 8089. Sorry, yeah. Now, yeah, it will go. Yes, debug perspective. So if you can see this perspective, it just entered into the logger. So the logger is displayed, and at this time the payload is the complete payload which we have sent through the postman request of the post method. I mean postman body. Right. So now let's go to next processor. Now it is executing the route 1. Remember, it is executing route 1 first. See, it is not executing the next connector in the route 1. It is executing another route 2 logger, and it is executing route 3 logger. It is not completing the next step. It means like the same payload will scatter to the 3 routes parallelly. These 3 routes are doing parallel execution now. Once we click next, then each and every subconnector of the another routes also executing one by one. Now all are executing. Now it will come out of the logger, right? And now we need to see all these 3 loggers, what it displayed. Right, so okay, there is no change so far, but yeah, we did a mistake. Like after setting this payload, we need to display the logger also, right? So I didn't display that. So that is why in this 3 loggers, it is I need to at least change this logger to after set payload. So that is why for all the 3 loggers, you will get see route 1 is the I mean the main key, the route key. It is generated, and then inside that it will print the exact payload. Route 2 same payload, route 3 same payload, because the same payload is scattered for 3 loggers here, and we have set different payloads here. So once we executed this logger, once we click next in the mule debugger, what will happen here? Also we are displaying the payload, but after scatter. So at this logger, yeah, okay, intentionally I click this. I mean, I have kept this 3 loggers. Okay, so these 3 loggers, it is having the same payload of the initial logger which we have sent. But at the end of this scatter gather, after this scatter gather, this end logger will have different payload by combining all the payloads created from these 3 routes. Okay, let's see that logger. So, what happened? Okay, see. It is displaying attributes and everything. Maybe we can minimize that. It's okay, I'll try to explain this, but 1 second. See, this is the log after the scatter gather scope. What happens? Let's see. See, after scatter gather, and it is 0. 0 means first route. And remember that the route numbers will start from 0. It is a array. It will take it as an array. So array indexes are starting from 0, not from number 1. So that is why for the first route it is showing 0. So for 0 route, you can observe the payload. What is the payload? Which we have set in our set payload. Okay. So you can ignore the remaining things. Remaining is another logger information attributes and all. You can just come down and see here this is the another router. One second router. Right, so for second router the index is 1, and if you can see the payload, this is the payload which we have set it up. Okay, so now the third router means the index is 2, and for this the payload is a different one which we have modified by using the set payload transformer. So like this, scatter gather, you can ignore this last log. So like this scatter gather will work. It will combine all the payloads of the 3 routes into an array of objects, and it will give you index wise output. So what will happen if any of the route having some issue? Maybe I'll just add one data view here. Okay, so it will combine only payload, and I'll just transform this to JSON. I'll print a payload. So you can get this as a response in the postman itself instead of getting this routes and all. I mean this information, you will get the exact response. Okay, so maybe let's run this once. Will it deploy automatically? So to see the response in the postman, I just added the data view, and I have just mentioned it is JSON data of the payload. So let's see how you will get the response. Okay, might be we need to redeploy this. It is not started a hot deployment. So let me run this in debug mode again. So let's wait this to be deployed. And we need to see one more thing also. What will happen if any of the route throws the error? If it continue execution of the another flows, another routes, or it will stop the execution, that scenario also we need to see. So first let's see how we will get the response in the success scenario. Then we will, we will actually raise an error in any of the route. Then we will see how it works. Let me click yes to enter into the debug perspective. So it is still deploying. So it is deployed. Let's trigger this now. So it is in the logger. Even now it will execute parallelly. See, one it will do each component of the each route. Now even in the logger it will display the same thing. But let's see the response. See here, you can observe carefully. See, this is the 0. 0 means first route. This information is related to the first route. Okay, and 1. 1 means the second route. And here, what is the payload? See, this is the actual payload of this route. I mean, the second route. And index 2. Here it will, I mean, you can understand clearly. That's why I displayed it. So for this is the third route, but the index is 2. Here, the payload of this particular response is this one. You can eliminate the remaining response. You can do the data view map and all, but I just wanted to show you the default one. So, okay, this is the payload for the third route because we have modified all the responses here, right? I think now you got to know how it will combine the responses of 3 routes. It means scatter, gather. Scatter means it will split, it will not split, it will distribute the same data to the all the routes, but at the end of the scope, see this black box is related to this scope of the scatter gather. So after this, say if you drag and drop anything, it will come. Scatter gather means next gather, it will gather the information of all the 3 routes and it will send you the combined response at the end of the scope. So this thing you need to remember. Now we will see, we will raise any error in any of the route. Let's see how it will behave. Right, so to raise the error, maybe I can use validation module again. So payload is number, maybe we can say, but here the payload is not number, right? So it should throw error. So is number, the value is payload, and the number type you need to select, it is integer. So what I am checking here, the second route payload, this payload should be a number. If it is number, it should go through. If it is not a number, it means the payload here. So what is the payload here which we have given? It is a JSON payload. It cannot check the complete JSON payload is a number or a string. This validation module, it will not check. We need to give at least one, what is that, one field. Maybe we can do in this way. Payload dot name we can give. So the name, it is string, but we are checking with number. So the name value doesn't match with number. So it will throw an error, right? So let me add that payload dot name. Sorry, it should be dot. So payload dot name. So we are checking that if payload dot name is number, then it will go through. If it is not number, it should not go through. It should raise an error. Obviously, in our case, we will expect this is an error because the payload dot name value is blue. This one. This is a text. This is not the number. So it will obviously throw an exception. So let's see how it will behave in case of this exception. Here it means the scatter gather route. So it will execute the complete remaining routes or it will throw an error. How it will behave, let's see. Let me stop this and let me deploy this again. As we are running it debug mode, it is very clear as to understand how everything works, how the execution happen in the background. If you run it in normal mode, it is little difficult to understand, but that is what, like, if you want to learn anything, if you want to practice anything, try to run this in debug mode by putting some debugging points here and there. Okay. Right, so I am deploying it again. Let me wait this to be deployed, then we will continue. Okay, let's run this. Let's go to studio. Yeah. So now let's see how it will behave. So all the three routes loggers are executed one by one, then all the set payloads are executed one by one, but now it throws an error. See, blue turquoise is not a valid integer value. So this is an exception. So now it will execute the remaining one or not. Let's see. So let's click next. It throws an error. So even though if this throws an error, all the three routes are executed. Okay, but it will throw that error saying that. So and remember that the sorry, one second, got closed. And remember one thing, it will not execute all the other components outside the scatter gather scope. It will execute all the three routers, even though if this is an error. It will not stop the execution here. Okay, maybe let's say in this way. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I think, yeah. I thought some show you, but this is very much clear, better than that. Okay. So even though if any error occurred in the any of the route, it will execute all the routes inside that scope, but it will not execute the components or connectors which is available outside of scatter gather. We have seen it clearly just now, right? So then what will happen? How the response will be, how the error response will be. Let me just maximize this, and maybe in the postman also you will not receive. See, here you will receive an error like route 1 is throwing error. Exceptions were found for routes. So for which route it is the exception? Route 1. Route 1 means here as per the index it is this route. In our case, in general purpose, we can think like this is route 1, this is route 2, this is route 3. But programmatically, all the routes is an array of objects. So it will start the indexes from 0, 1, 2, which I have already told you, right? So here in this case, route 1 means what? This is the route 0, this is the route 1. So here it is throwing an exception. That is what it is, complaining here. And even that exception detail also it is showing here. So blue is not a valid integer value. So that is the thing, that is an exception. Even in here in the console also you can see the same exception. Caught exception in exception strategy. Blue is not a valid integer value. Route 1. Route 1 means here the second one. Right? So this could be an interview question sometimes, like if any error is happening in the one of the route, how the scatter gather will behave. We can say like it will execute all the routes inside the scatter gather, but after that it will throw an exception with the route number or route index. It will send an error response with the route index, something like this, route 1, with the exception details. You can say in this way, but it will not execute any components after this scatter gather scope. It will execute all the routes inside that scatter gather. It will send a response, error response at end of the flow with the route number clearly. It is route 1, it means the second one, and even the exception is also it is showing clearly. This is the error. Once you clear this, maybe you can say instead of name you can check with id. Id is 6 is integer, so it will pass. So it will go through the remaining components after that scatter gather scope. Right, I hope you got the idea about how the scatter gather will work. It will do the parallel processing of all the routes, and it will distribute the same payload or copy of the same payload. You can understand in that way. It will not distribute, it will send the copy of the same payload to all the routes. So that is why even in all the three loggers we have seen the same input payload which we have sent here through postman. Right, sorry, I got this is route 3 route. Accidentally it got moved to route 3. So that is why in here in this loggers we have seen the same payload even in the logger We have seen all the same payload for all the three loggers, because but it will add some index. It will add some index, but the inside that payload is same payload. This index means like this is not the index added by default. This we have added in our logger, this route one and all. If you can remove this, it will directly print the payload only. This we have added it, so don't get confused. Okay. So this text we have added, that is why it is added that text, and inside that it will print the payload. This payload of this particular logger is nothing but the actual payload we have sent to the scatter gather component. So that is why all the three loggers will print the same payload which we have sent through this postman. So this is the actual payload. Scatter gather will send the copy of payload to three routes, and then if you do some processing on top of your input payload, or you have added something here, it will combine all the three responses after the scatter gather response. We have seen this in our positive case when we executed earlier. So in case of any error of any of the route, it will execute all the three routes, but the error it will throw separately by sending that route number, route index, and with the exception details. So this is how scatter gather will work. If you in your project, if you have any requirement like to process the any 3 or 4 functionalities parallelly, you can go with this scatter gather, right? So I hope this is useful for you. You learned something about this scatter gather. Thanks for watching. Let's meet in another video of our course with another topic. Thank you. Hello all, welcome to Clark Technologies, and we are very happy to announce that we are going to provide a free course for MuleSoft for all the freshers and beginners and who want to learn MuleSoft from scratch. This is entirely free course which we are going to release on day by day basis. So it will be a 30 days course. So it is very helpful for you to learn MuleSoft from scratch. And we have explained this course with the real-time project. We have built a real-time project also. In order to explain that, we have created a couple of files and project code as well. So if you want to get those files and projects, please email us with this subject line: request to share level 1 course files. Hello all, welcome to Clark Technologies, and welcome to our free course of 30 days MuleSoft. I hope by this time you have already gone through our 26 days of this 30 days course. You have enjoyed it and you learned more out of it. So in this today video, I will be tell you what you are going to do from day 27 to day 30. Yeah, so we have already covered lot of concepts from day 1 to day 26, and we have already added a couple of videos in between day 7 to day 8. If you missed that, please watch it again, because those are connecting topics between day 7 to day 8. I have added like 7.1, 7.2 and 7.3. If you didn't find that, please watch it now. I have added after a few days actually. So I hope you already gone through all the day 26 videos along with those 3 extra videos which I have added in between. So we have already covered 30 days, I mean 30 hours around, I can say. So, but you need to go through another important topics of MuleSoft integration in order to be in good shape in your MuleSoft development journey. Okay, so as part of that, you need to understand how to integrate Salesforce, ActiveMQ on-premise, how to integrate Salesforce and ActiveMQ, and how you are going to use different data view concepts. We have a data view specific to MuleSoft, which is a data view language, which is used to transform it from one form to another form, and you can do a lot of transformations and couple of business logic also you can incorporate in that. So you need to understand how to use the data view, how to use different operations, functions, or different transformations from XML to JSON, JSON to XML, how you are going to do different kind of things by using data view language. That is very important for you to understand. So, and also along with that, we have so far seen Cloud Hub deployment. So in our applications, in our project, we have deployed in Cloud Hub 1.0. But you need to understand how you are going to use on-premise deployment. It is also very important for you in terms of interview point of view, as well as in your real-time projects. So once you are into real-time project in any organization, they might have Cloud Hub deployment model, or they will go with on-prem deployment model as well. So you need to know these two types of deployments in your MuleSoft journey. Once you are understanding, I mean, once you have complete idea about the Cloud Hub deployment and on-premise deployment, then it is very easy for you to clear any interviews, or you can easily work on any real-time project. So this is very important topics. All these four are very important topics, and which we have already covered in different playlists. So that is why I'm not going to record it again. So I'll show you how to get these topics videos uh, in our YouTube channel. So you can just utilize the existing playlists. Only the difference is in maybe the versions are older while I recorded those videos in our channel. The versions will be latest versions you need to get. That you will, I mean, obviously you will get latest versions once you drag and drop the Salesforce connector, or once you download the ActiveMQ and install it. Obviously you will get latest versions. If you have any doubts in that versions kind of stuff, we can have a separate session, or we can clarify doubts via comment section, right? So I suggest you to go through the Salesforce integration, ActiveMQ integration, and DataWeave in depth. We have a lot of videos available in our YouTube channel, in our Cloud Technologies regarding this DataWeave. We have a separate playlist for this, and I will keep on updating that playlist with the new videos of DataWeave whenever it required. And along with that, I have a separate playlist for on-premise deployment, how you can set up it, how can you deploy it, how can you use this on-premise deployment model. And I have already uploaded different deployment models in MuleSoft. That is also very important thing. So you can just go through that video before you come to this on-premise deployment playlist. Right. So I hope this agenda is clear for you for the day 27 to day 30, or maybe you can extend 1 or 2 days more to go through these videos. It's up to you. Right. So I'll tell you how to navigate these playlists first. So before we move that, if you are visiting our channel for the first time, and if you are a MuleSoft enthusiastic who want to learn MuleSoft from scratch, this is our 30 days free course which is available in our YouTube channel. You have everything. We have explained everything in detail. You will find everything in our playlist from day 0 to day 30. We have actually created a real-time project, and we have implemented everything from scratch for you to get more understanding. We have a lot of topics covered so far. So I suggest you to go through our playlist from scratch from day 0 to day 26, and from day 27 to day 30 I will show you in this video how you can navigate in our YouTube channel. So I hope this complete course is actually useful for you, and we are creating next level, like advanced level 2 course also we are creating in the background. So very soon we will be releasing that advanced course as well. So by that time, please go through this fundamentals or level 1 course. So you will get complete idea about MuleSoft. So by the time we discuss about that advanced course, it will be very easy for you to understand more better. So because that advanced course is also very important for you to work in real-time projects with some experience. Okay, so yeah, so please stay tuned, and you can just fill that form which I have given to get this files, like for this entire 30 days MuleSoft course. We have discussed a couple of projects and CI/CD pipelines and all. So to get access to those files, please drop a mail to us, and we will give you one Google form. You can just fill that form. You will get an access immediately within 1 or 2 hours. Okay, so that is the plan. So I'll show you how to navigate this. So in our YouTube video, so in our YouTube channel, so we have a couple of playlists. So you can just go to the playlist, and we have different playlists available. Okay, you can call to this number if you need any details about advanced course or anything. Okay, so yeah, and coming to playlists, we have this platform tutorials also there. You can just ignore. See, this is the on-premise deployment hybrid deployment model playlist. So this is the playlist which I have, which I discussed about that on-premise deployment model topic, which you need to go through this third one. Okay, so to do that, just go through this playlist. It has 4 videos in detail we have discussed, so I don't want to discuss it again and again. So just go through this and practice it. It will be easy for you to understand. And another thing is, this is Salesforce integration. Okay, so in Salesforce integration, we have 3 videos which are very important for you. So just go through this and do everything from scratch. And along with that, we have this data view tutorials. In this data view tutorials playlist, you have 8 videos. We have covered a lot of things in this, different topics and different functions and I mean the operators which you are going to do in a data view. Okay, so just to go through this playlist as well. So another topic is ActiveMQ, which I have suggested. So ActiveMQ is another important integration which is very required in day-to-day MuleSoft integration real-time projects. So just to go through this playlist also. So first cover these things. After that, if you are interested, and after that, if you want to learn more about MuleSoft, maybe you can just go through this eGit plugin. This playlist is also very useful for you to work with Git and Git Bash. I mean the coding repository, which we have already discussed in our one of the videos. So and then you have a eGit plugin also, just directly you can use it from any point studio instead of going through the command prompt. You can use it. So here in this playlist I have explained everything how to do that the git plugin and all. So cover these things for this 27 to 30 days. You can cover all these things, and if you are interested and if you want to learn more, you can go through any other playlist and learn. That is up to you. But my suggestion is to first cover these complete these 4 playlists, then you can go through any other playlist if you want to learn more. Okay, so that is about this video. I just wanted to let you know how you can complete your journey or continue your journey from days 27. So I hope this is very useful for you. And if you are visiting our channel for the first time, please subscribe. Please share it with your friends and like our videos. If you have any doubt or if you need any access to these files and I mean if you have any doubts or if you want to access to files which are discussed in this entire 30 days free course, you can just comment out in our video, whichever video you are watching. So maybe for day 20 video, if you have some doubt, just comment down in that video itself, so that we will understand which kind of files you need, what files you need for the immediate access if you missed or something. Okay, so comment any file if you want in the video itself, whatever the video you are visiting, and then yeah, go through this list and please complete your 30 days journey. Please do practice. Only watching videos will not help, so please do practice. Please get complete hands-on on this level 1 videos. So very soon we will be releasing advanced course. Very soon we will be informing you the level 2 course, what is the course content and how you can access it and what is the fee and all that is a paid course for sure. So we will tell you all those details very soon. We will share it with you. So if you want to learn more about our advanced course, or if you have any other doubts in this level 1 course also, you can just call to this number or you can just email us. Okay, you can comment out any video. If you have any doubt, you can just comment out that particular video, so that we will respond immediately to that video. So it is very specific for you to provide those videos or files or whatever it may be. Right, so I hope you enjoyed this 30 days course. So please go through all these playlists and let me know if you have any doubts in comment section, or you can just drop mail to us. And very soon I will be creating a WhatsApp group also for all you guys to discuss about this course, and we have already have the Telegram channel. I suggest you to join there because everyone is discussing their doubts and everything in this Telegram channel. I will create a new WhatsApp group specific to this 30 days free course, guys. So it is easy for you to discuss over there. Even I will be also there in that same group, so I can clear your doubts immediately in that group itself. So that will be useful for everyone. So that is the thing. And so yeah, thanks for watching, and I am looking forward you all enroll to our level 2 advanced course as well. Thank you so much.